Music licensing reimagined.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Few minutes behind schedule here. Sorry, just got here right for the open.
Artlist.io.
Headed right now, a little bullish out of the gate. Let's see here.
Artlist.io.
Been pretty bearish overnight. Sold off a bit more right at the end of the day, 620. Right at the end of the day, we kind of made a little bounce and then ended up pulling back in the overnight session
Music
here.
licensing
Today is
reimagined.
FOMC, so it's going to be a little bit of a wild ride today. Dow Jones ripping higher. NQ, as you can see on the screen, going up a little bit. ES also just taking its previous, I guess it would be Monday's VWAP. So we're looking a little bullish out of the gate, but going to be careful today with FOMC. Size down a little bit and don't overtrade too much here, guys. I got some bad news though. Unfortunately, my day yesterday, as you probably saw if you were on the stream, was pretty bad. And actually, I took a trade later on. Took one more trade later on with copy trading and actually hit max loss in that account also. So as you can see here, this day was really bad. I'm down 3.3K on one day. It's sad to say. Really basically erased my whole entire last week. As you can see here, 2.71K negative versus 2.68K positive. So gonna just try to forget the losing trades there. Try not to let it affect my performance too much going forward here. Get back to that base hit mentality and see if we can't just start chipping away at recovering that loss. Not trying to rush into it or anything to win, to win that back, but gonna try to be patient in recovering it. So got that out of the way. Not too happy about that with myself, but all right, so ES is looking pretty bullish right now, guys. NQ kind of selling off a bit, and like I said, the Dow is just ripping right now. So
Artlist.io. Artlist.io.
yeah, Dow's just ripping here. NQ pulled back a bit here. ES. I didn't really update my charts fully on
Music licensing
my Project X
reimagined.
platform, but I do have it all updated here on my trading views, so I'm probably going to be looking at that quite a bit for now. We'll see how this morning shakes out, and then I'll consider adjusting or adding the levels and stuff to my Project X as we get in here. Let's quickly do our levels here on the ES, because ES is looking a little more bullish right now compared to NQ, and I think that's mainly because of YM. YM's ripping. It's up 100 and something points on the morning already. So
Music licensing
the
reimagined.
671 is POC. 74 and 75 are our value areas.
Artlist.io.
Previous day high is 688. So actually the levels didn't change that much, interestingly enough, from
Music licensing reimagined.
those 6-1. The POC didn't even move, which is pretty interesting. So you can tell we had a really sideways day yesterday, all things considered. Let's see, we'll put this blue. Blue is light blue.
Artlist.io.
Red is, there we go. And we'll add up our red here.
Artlist.io.
This guy's red. There we go. This is all updated. Let me just double check. So 70 and 71, 71 and 71.25 is the point of control. There we go. Nice.
Music licensing reimagined.
Sorry about that, guys. Looking like I still had it on the intro screen there. We're in there now. And I'm going to quickly head over to our MNQ and just make sure that these levels are updated also. I'm thinking I'm probably going to trade ES if I do take some trades today. So 24.535. You got to be careful today, though. Today is FOMC. So could be either a consolidating day or end up being super choppy in the end. So we got to be careful.
Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io.
The NQ looking pretty bearish, guys. If the NQ is this bearish, it's probably going to pull ES down with it. 511.75
Music
here.
licensing reimagined.
There we go. And our previous day low is 499. So we're already below the previous day low. Are the buyers going to step in here? Potentially, they could. Let's get our view up on here. Make that yellow. All right. So I think we're set up now. Got our levels in MNQ, MES. We do need our view up over here.
Artlist.io.
That was just ripping, guys. Just ripping so good. Like, take a look at this. This is the Dow right now.
Music licensing
We opened up
reimagined.
here, 178, 46, 178. Now we're 46.386. All right, we're getting that pullback now on ES. Good morning, everybody. 9 in Randy's X channel, 2 in his YouTube, 3 in my YouTube.
Artlist.io.
Let's get some other music going here. enough with the suspense music.
Artlist.io.
When is our FOMC? Let's see here. So at 11:30. So it's in the afternoon here, guys.
Music licensing reimagined.
The Dow had a slight pullback there, still looking pretty bullish though. Is the ES going to find some support in this area? Potentially. Let's see here. We're still kind of stuck in that choppy range currently. So we'll try to be patient here, guys. So we're trading underneath the New York VWAP right now, guys. Let's just increase its thickness so we don't miss it here. I like to have my VWAPs usually pretty thick. I'm gonna start making my New York VWAP always thicker, so it's a little so it sticks out a little bit more. It's a little easier for us to find with having stuff on the chart like that, right?
Music licensing reimagined.
Yeah, pulling back pretty nicely here. Might end up being a bearish day again, like yesterday. But we're kind of stuck in that same chop area here, if you can see, you know, from 66.76 down to 66.60. We did sweep the lows here. So ICT concepts, if you're thinking like that, this could be the accumulation stage here, obviously through the majority of the day. We swept the low, which would be the manipulation, and then in theory we should be heading higher to distribute, but we'll have to see how this plays out. Currently we're trading underneath the New York VWAP on ES and NQ, but the Dow is the only one that's up, looking up really good right now. It's up on it is pulling back a bit now along with the ES here, but so pretty bearish looking candles there. We're getting a whole bunch of wicks on the 1 minute here on the MES. I guess what time we got here? We got 43. We got 2 more minutes till the opening range set here. So let's mark this out for now. That we'll go over to NQ also. Just get that marked out real quick, just so it's a quick reference on the screen here. Like NQ is looking much more bearish here, guys. So. And let's see how big is this here? So 79 point opening range, which is a pretty large opening range. So lots of points running around here right now. Hey Johan, good morning. How are you doing? We missed you yesterday, but you missed out on a good day. Not a good day, but a bad day for me. I ended up hitting max loss, and I was copy trading my accounts. I hit max loss in 3 of them, and then I took one more trade. With 2 trades, I hit max loss in my copy trading account here, my Lucid accounts, these guys here, and then I went back to my instant funded 150k. I was copy trading 2 of them. I hit max loss there too. So I had a really really negative day yesterday on the P&L. I mean, I didn't overtrade, and I did oversize a little bit on my second trade, but as you can see, I'm down 3,300 on Tuesday, which basically is erasing my whole last week. So kind of lost a week there on this session. So gonna try to forget that though and move forward to try to be like more patient and size down a bit today. Today is FOMC, so there's a little more risk today. We just got some news that Bank of Canada rates. Bank of Canada rate decision actual 2.5%. So the forecast was 2.5%, and the previous was 2.75%. Looking like we got a little bit of a reaction from that. Heading below the 200 EM there, but the Dow is just looking so strong right now, guys. Well, this is MES, sorry. We're
reimagined.
buyers trying to hold this 200 EMA there. Let's see if we can't get a bounce back up to the New York for an entry here on a short position. But this could also be, well, we'll have to see when we get to the New York here. If we bounce up to the New York, this candle is our 645 candle, so we can just frame this in. This is our opening range. How big is it today? And on the ES, it looks pretty big to me. It's only 10 points, so it's not that bad. So let's see what happens here with this, with our New York view up here. We could take an attempt at a long here, because I feel like, quite often when we do these sell-offs like this, we did find some nice support here at the 200 EMA and at the bottom, which ended up forming the bottom of the range. So it's a little bit, if we're going to take a long, this is kind of the time to do it. So let's see if we can take this overnight view up here. There we go. We're looking pretty strong here. NQ is also bouncing a bit. Yeah, let's try to get in along here, guys. There we go. We're in. We're going to put our stop just at a little bit lower than the bottom of the range. We'll put our take profit right up here at the top of the range. Looking like a 1-to-1 risk to reward here. If we can't seem to break this New York, if we get rejected pretty hard, I might think about just cutting this trade right away. Because yeah, if we can't seem to break that New York view up, the sellers are definitely here and going to reject us. So let's see here. Let's get on to our ES contracts on the book map here so we can see what's going on. We got orders up at 66.80. I'm actually going to put my stop at the bottom of this candle here. If we end up rejecting all the way back down there, I don't want to be in this anymore anyways. So let's see how this plays out. We could actually target this electronic value area, high area, because if we do break out of the top of the range, we usually break out a little bit at least. Nice little buy action there to break the point of control. That's promising. Dow is just ripping. The reason that's why I'm trading MES is because the Dow is looking so bullish this morning that it's going to help bring up the ES. We are in the channel that I've had drawn on ES for quite some time. Oh, you took a good trade on gold earlier? That's sweet. Hey, Dad. Good morning. That deserves an applause there.
Music licensing reimagined.
kind of think about adding here. We'll see how this candle closes. If we can close above the point of control, we can add, looking for that move up to the top of the range to take out the top. Liking the two candles right now currently on the 5 minutes. Go to the 2 minute to manage the trade here. We are getting some more wicks here, so this could be, the rejection point. Let's see if we can't break up above that. There we go, we're up it. So if we can get some more momentum going higher here, we could think about adding to this position just for a couple more points.
Music licensing reimagined.
Yeah, looking fairly bullish here, guys. We might actually hold this for some continuation here. I'm gonna just drag my stop up at this point. So we'll be pretty tight on this. Worst case scenario at this point is we're up $50. Let's move this down a bit. I don't want to be whipped out of this just yet. Getting a bit of a pullback here.
Artlist.io.
Really want to see us take the top of the range here. Would be nice. It's the next thing in the way here.
Music licensing reimagined.
So I'm actually gonna just go with a limit sell to here. We'll cover some just so that we can get some money in the bank sort of. We're up at $80-$90 on this trade currently. Let's give it a little more space here. We'll just mark it at the very top of the range there, because like I was saying before, we can probably get a little bit of a breakout there.
Artlist.io.
Getting a bit of a rejection though here. We need this point of control to hold here. It might be a little choppy this morning still, so let's try to be patient here.
Music licensing reimagined.
Pumping up here, guys. See if we can't. We really need to get above this 73-75 area. We have like 100 and quite a few orders up there, like 100 and something orders sitting up above us right now, which is pretty large on the ES. Hey Andrew, good morning. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for showing up and also saying hi.
Artlist.io.
Okay, we got creeping up on those orders here, guys. We only need a couple more points there. Looking like, okay, we got our orders there. So we locked in $50 so far. We still have 3 contracts left to go here. So we're just gonna be patient on this one. Try to trail our stop all the way up here. Trail our stop to see if we can't just, not get back too much here. How much? We got 47 seconds left on this 2 minute candle. Probably gonna start moving our stop below the 2 minute candles. Quite often when we break the top of the range on the first go, it's not gonna continue. So we got to be careful here though, guys. Like I said, normally when we get a breakout of the top of the range, it can come back and stop us out. So I'm actually thinking about taking one more off here. So I'm gonna join the ask up here on our next little, if we push a little bit more here. There we go. There we go. We took it out right there. So we sold one more right up there. So we locked in $78. I am copy trading this trade, so I do have, it's going into both. It's not going to be the hugest winner, but after yesterday, I need to start with a small green and then move back into sizing up again. And with today being FOMC, there's quite a bit of unknown volatility potentially. So we'll just leave this stop break even at this point. if we could get a nice pullback, we could think about
Artlist
adding
IO.
into this trade, but we're gonna have to watch the 5-minute candle here. I only want to enter on a 5-minute fair value gap. We could look at the 1-minute. Was there one there?
Artlist IO.
There's a fair value gap, but it's quite a bit lower than we are right now. So if we watch a 5-minute, there's a good chance if we can have a decent closure on this candle right now, because we're on the 2-minute. We almost got stopped out there, guys. Big pullback to the opening range low. So I'm actually thinking to the New York VWAP there. So I might just add in here if we can. Just add like 1 or 2 contracts here. See, this is what we were talking about, the opening, the top of the range. It rejects pretty often, right, on the first break of the opening range. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for this candle to close here before I add, though. See how this ends up looking, if we're gonna add to it, because this might be the start of a more of a pullback. We do have a fair value gap down in this area on the 1-minute chart. So let's just hope we don't get stopped out. Like to stay in this position if possible. Captured a little bit of profit anyways. That's part of the reason, like I was saying, you need to sell some at the top of the range there to be on the safe side. Point of control and VWAP is there. I'm just gonna add 1 here. If I can get in. Need it to pull back a tiny bit more. I entered on the bid. There we go. I'm going to put this also to break even. So, I mean, we might get stopped out here. We're really close to our entry price, but I'm just hoping that the buyers are here, going to hold this up. Don't want to give anything back on this trade. Looking like we're going to get stopped here, but so be it, right? Not a bad trade to get out of the gate. We're green on the day so far, $78. With our stop to break even here, looking like, yeah, we got stopped out there. Okay, so first trade in the book, back in the green here, guys. Up 79 in both of these copy traded accounts here. So now let's be patient here, wait for our next potential entry. Did we just dip into that fair value gap? Let's see here on the 1-minute. Yes, we just dipped into that fair value gap right there on the 1-minute. So let's switch up our accounts here. And I'm gonna put another buy order here, limit buy of 5. So if we can get tapped in here, we'll try to get in on another long on a different account though. There's a lot of orders up above here, so I'm gonna give this one more tick up here. We do have that downward trending line here that seems like it worked, right? It rejected there, and then once it opened above, we just went higher. Now we're kind of like holding that zone. Hoping that we're gonna get tagged in though, but seems like it's being support currently. Buyers are there. Let's see if we can't get a little wick down below here for our entry. Got edged on that order there. Didn't get an entry. Let's try to be patient here. Let's give it one more tick down since we've already since we almost wicked me out there, and it is a bearish looking candle currently. If we start ripping up above the the New York and the point of control again, we can think about just jumping in up there. But right now it seems like the entry that we want is going to be at the 68 point. So Dow ripped up higher, but now it's pretty much going sideways. It's in a bit of a sideways channel. NQ's pulling back quite a bit. Seems like a lot of the Mag 7, Apple, Tesla, Google, Amazon. Let's see here, guys. Okay, so we got into that trade here. We got into that long. I'm going to put my stop here just below the value area low. Hoping that we're going to start getting our move up higher here. We do have a couple lines of support potentially. We got our 200 EMA, we got our overnight VWAP and our previous day VWAP below us there. let's make sure our view ops are updated there.
Music licensing reimagined.
So heading a bit lower here, unfortunately, guys. Guys and gals, let's see if we can't find the buyers again here up at this at the 200 EMA. The Dow is still looking relatively strong, holding up high there, forming a nice green candle now. That was the end of that 2-minute candle here. Let's hope that we the little hopium to say that we're going to hold this level. If not, we might come down and stop out here. We got a pretty tight stop on this one too. We're only risking $87. Our take profit way up here. But you never know, right? Never know. 74, 76, 76, it was 75. There we go.
Music licensing reimagined.
Come on, buyers, let's go. Hold this level. Let's push this back up here. We got to retake that New York view up, and that point of control is pretty key. But, you know, it seems like this is the number that pays today, which is around the 67, 60, 65, 67 area so far. We found some pretty nice support. Ripped higher. We might get a pullback here, stop us out, and then we can reconsider taking a long again. I don't know if you guys noticed, but this account had a negative $10 on it. So I took a one contract long or short position yesterday, and I was kind of testing out trailing stops. So if you see on the side here, you won't be able to see that actually. It's underneath my camera. But on the side here, you can select your order type, and the order types that you can select are, you know, market, limit, stop market, and trailing stop. So I was kind of like doing a little test with the trailing stop and seeing how that whole thing worked. And I was curious as if you get stopped out, does it get rid of all of your orders on the screen? And yeah, it does. So once the position is closed, your bracket order will disappear. So yeah. We really need the buyers here to hold this. Come on, guys. Looking like we're gonna get stopped out here though, guys. It's coming down on us. Yeah, we're out there. So we're down $90 in this account. That's fine, no big deal.
Music licensing reimagined.
Let's go here. So we're looking like we might end up going lower today, guys. The NQ is pulling back pretty hard here. The Dow is the one that's looking the strongest. So the NQ is pulling down the ES currently. We did have these, this could be a potential entry area down here for a long. We did find some pretty good support there. And also, you know, even though we did wick quite a bit lower here, we recovered back to this point very quickly before we head higher. And then we found support on a couple occasions. So it would figure that I'd get wicked out and then it would go higher. Hey, I guess I should have had my stop down here, previous day low. Just trying to like be tight here. Although this could be a bounce rate up to this trend line here, and it could just reject and continue heading lower. We do have that 200 EMA. Is that going to be resistance or support here? Currently looking like it's resistance. So, hey Scott, good morning. Thanks for checking in. That's if everybody probably heard me talking about it before, but I got a trading partner, and that's Scott. So me and him usually are sending our daily report cards back and forth and giving any feedback that we see or any kind of like support. So yesterday he was pretty nice, sending me some messages and trying to be in like, you know, try not to like hold on to your, you know, what happened today from trading, and yeah, just his kind thoughts were definitely a help to keep me grounded. Because, you know, I can't have a winning day every day. It's too bad. I only took 3 trades yesterday, but it did oversize, I would say, sort of like a revenge trade on my 3rd trade of the day. Because That's where I hit my max daily loss on my instant funded accounts. So those are $900 daily loss limit. So I hit those and I was copy trading. So that's why yesterday was amplified so bad, is because I was copy trading 3 accounts in my first 2 trades and then 2 accounts on my third trade. So wins are amplified, but the losing days are amplified. So that's why I think, that day looks so bad compared to the rest of them, when really it was a $900 loss in one trade and a $250 loss in 2 different trades. So, but yeah, thanks to Scott for the kind words, helping me be calm and composed for today. So we do have our first break of the range on the bottom side. NQ does have a nice wick, sort of like this guy. NQ's actually looking a little more bullish currently than ES is. Let's go back to the 5-minute here and see how this is looking. So we sold off straight there for pretty much 10, 14 or so minutes. Good thing I did cover as much as I did up there. Could have been a little more aggressive on my stop to hold a little bit more in that trade, but that's all good. So what did we got there? We got $79. Yeah, $79 in that trade. Down $90 in this trade. So this account is basically break even right now. It's a fairly new one that I got. What's the date? September 13th. So I've only had it for 4 days. This is only my second day trading it. Is the Dow gonna go lower here, guys? I wonder.
Artlist.io.
So finding some support here at the previous day low. Let's see what they're
licensing reimagined.
We kind of broke through the bottom of the channel on the NQ. I don't have any channels lower, so it's kind of making me think that we could be starting to get a leg lower on the NQ, which is definitely going to drag down the ES. We could think about entering, if this turns it pretty bullish and we start heading higher here, we could enter at the break of the electronic VWAP for a long position up here, sort of like this right here. We could again target the top of the range, 6.5 points to the bottom. I feel like we could be putting our stop down here, but that's pretty long. That's a 1-to-1 risk to reward here on this. Would be a 1-to-1 risk to reward on a long from that area if we were to take it right at that electronic VWAP. Dow found some support at the New York VWAP, and we did get that bounce here, a previous day low on the ES and the NQ. I don't really have anything showing there. NQ's looking a little bullish. Or bearish, sorry. We're below any, other than having this wick here from that, downturn in the overnight. Looks like there's quite a bit of room down to like at least 24,000, in this area, 24,400 area. So we did find some support on that would be Monday's New York VWAP. So interesting. We didn't get even close to the top of the range on the NQ here. That was our 45 candle. Yeah, so this is the bottom of the range here. We broke out the bottom of the range. We didn't break the top like the way we did with the ES. So like I was saying, that's the reason I was looking at the ES this morning, is it was looking more bullish out of the gate because of YM, which is the Dow. So
Artlist.io.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody who is here. Thanks again. Yeah, we got 12 on X and 3 on Randy's channel, YouTube channel, and 4 on my channel. So decent turnout today. Appreciate you guys coming, showing up for our Wednesday morning session, FOMC day. Usually FOMC days are pretty tricky. That's why I'm sizing down today. I should have, taken my own advice yesterday, because usually the days leading up to FOMC tend to be choppy and not very clean price action, as we can see yesterday, and that's hence why I ended up taking such big losses there. If we can get a nice, if we get a pullback up to this, into the range, and then we reject off the range, we could think about entering to take a short to see it go lower here. Previous day low is a pretty big support though, so I'm gonna have to be pretty careful around this area. Oh, excuse me. Big yawn. I actually got 8 hours sleep last night, which is pretty awesome for me. Lately it's been 7 or less, and after yesterday's trading fiasco in my part, I just decided I really need to go to bed early and get like a nice full sleep. So I woke up a little bit early, just relaxed in bed for a while, checked out the charts, and yeah, feeling pretty good today. Try to finish up this this electrolyte drink, then I can start moving on to coffee, maybe get a little more energy. So we're looking pretty bearish here. Are we going to take this low, guys? Let's see. It is a little scary down here, guys, because, like with the way that we have this, these wicks and everything, like it seems like the buyers are just waiting for it to get down there, and they're just going to like slap it right back up, right? So we have been in this downward trend here. And it looks really nice actually on the 5. As you can see, we kind of like we did go above it, we ripped higher, but then we ended up breaking down below. We ended up finding resistance there, and then now resistance at the bottom of the range. Could have taken an entry on a short there at the bottom of the opening range, but like I said, it's pretty risky down here, because I think overall we're still pretty bullish sentiment. We haven't really made any new lows to consider us, flipping the script and becoming more bearish. Yeah, so we'll see how this plays out here. We're going to be patient for now. It would be really nice if we could just get a clean move today, guys.
Music licensing reimagined.
Let's see here. We have some. We did form a little bit of equal lows in the overnight session there, so that could be a bit of the draw liquidity, which is at the 66.60. But with those other candles, it like really went lower. What time was that? 1 a.m. So anyone who was up at 1 a.m. could have got in a pretty quick winner there if they were on the right direction.
Artlist.io.
So we did find some support here down at the previous day low. If we can reclaim this the bottom of the range, and then potentially this break this downward trending line,
Music licensing reimagined.
we could definitely think about taking another long here. Let's actually move this a little bit lower, because we'd be looking to enter somewhere around this area. But we'll have to keep in mind that we do have the New York VWAP and the electronic VWAP above. So it's just so hard in the morning when we got this, this sort of like violent price action. The VWAP does take some time to really figure out where it should be regarding the price, because when it's just going up and down and up and down, the VWAP's not really sure where it should be at this point, right? we need you know, a bit of a consolidation or you know, slow down the price action just for it to like find its spot.
Music licensing reimagined.
What is it that Dave, electronic VWAP? So when I call the electronic VWAP, I guess it's kind of like this some people call it the start of day VWAP, but as the market closes at 2 p.m. my time, which is this candle right here, 13:55, which is 2 p.m. or 5 p.m. on the East Coast. At 6 p.m. the market opens back up. So when I put an anchored VWAP on the 6 p.m. candle, that's that red one there. That's what I call the electronic VWAP. And if you know, like if you go to your session here, there's extended trading hours and regular trading hours. A lot of times people call this extended trading hours, it's called the electronic hours, because it's not like open with the whole market, the live market. So that's why I call it electronic VWAP. It's just another way to name it, but it's a start of day VWAP basically.
Music licensing reimagined.
So rejected again off the bottom of this range here. We're just going sideways at this point. It's gonna end up sucking the New York VWAP down a bit. So hey, you're welcome, no problem. Thanks for the question. Dow did finally break down through the New York VWAP. It's looking like it wants to go lower here. Currently, might end up finding some support here. We're just at the previous day high, kind of breaking down through the previous day high on the Dow right now.
Music licensing reimagined.
Yeah, Dow's pulling back. ES is going down. I did just enter a short on the Dow, actually. We broke this is my entry position. I put my stop at the top of this candle here. It's looking like it wants to head lower here. We just broke down the previous day high. So I mean, there is potentially a decent amount of room to head lower here on this account. So this is just a practice or
Artlist.io
evaluation account. So it's kind of like I'm pretty close to passing it also. So if I can get another, you know, if I can get a nice $200 base hit winner today, that'd be pretty good. I'm about $450 from passing that evaluation. So I went short with one YM, which is like the big contracts. So it is bouncing against me a little bit right here. Might end up getting stopped out if we hold that previous day high. But NQ's rolling over, ES looking pretty bearish. So I did put a pretty tight stop there. I might lose. If I lose, it'd be roughly $100, maybe a little bit more. But it's a pretty tight stop there. Back to my entry price now on that trade. Here, we might as well watch it since that's the only trade I'm in currently. Let's put this guy over here. So you can see this is a little bit of a different platform. This is called Tradevate. Let's just shrink this a little bit so you guys can see the book map still. Yeah, so this is Tradevate. This is a different trading platform that you can use. So I'd use Take Profit Trader is the futures company that I have an account with. And like I said, it's a test account. So what you got to do is you got to get to your $3,000 profit target, and then they'll put you into a SIM funded account. So as you can see, I got 2,591 in this account currently, including the slight green that I was in there for a minute. But bouncing a bit here, looking more like we're going to get stopped, unfortunately, at this point, with the way that this wick is forming here. But like I said, I'm not risking too much. We're down $65, so it's going to be maybe $150 if we do get stopped out. on this trade here. We'll go back here. I'll let you guys know if that does end up getting stopped out there. So we're looking at the ES here, potentially thinking about taking a short if we can break down this low here. If we can take this low, there's a good chance we can head lower. I'm just keeping an eye on the side here of that Dow short, just because if that candle starts turning green, I might just cut it a little bit early, save some of that. We're into our next candle here. Let's see how this one turns out. If we're gonna start to move a little bit lower already. So the Dow really can move fast if you're in it. So I'm hoping that we kind of like flush down pretty quickly here, following the other two indices. But quite often when we're selling off in the other two indices, the Dow is going to be bouncing. It's almost like they're, the money, they're taking their money out of the other indices and pushing it into the Dow, just rotating their capital, right? So we're currently down $80 in that trade over there. Let's bring it back here. Looking like we might get stopped out. I'll put that on the stream here so you guys can see it. If we do get stopped out, few points away from it. So the interesting thing about the Dow is there's no ticks. In the Dow, it's just points. So there's no 4 ticks per every point. So there's no decimal point with 0.25, 50, 75. So it does move a little faster on the points rather than the ticks, whereas we're used to watching like NQ and ES moving down by ticks, right? So hopefully we can head lower here, guys, but finding a bit of a support here, looking like we're probably going to get stopped out, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Not risking too much on that trade. Just looking for some small base hits at this point to try to get myself to that 3,000 profit target. We just need roughly if we lose this trade, we're going to need a little over 500 to get to that profit target. But with the way that these candles are forming, it is looking pretty bearish. We're curling down nicely. We've been making lower highs and lower lows. So just getting back to my entry price there. It would be really sweet if we could get a nice flush down to this area. That would probably get me pretty close to passing this account. That would be pretty sweet if I could pass an evaluation on the stream. Would be pretty sweet. I didn't know that for the Dow. Oh, about the not having just all ticks and not points. Yeah, the Dow, it can move a lot. Like we had some bullish days where the Dow moved 1,000 points in one trading session. So you can imagine if you were to divide that by 4, that's still 250 points on like the ES or the NQ. If it were to move that heavily, right? So we're finding support again on that. Like they just don't want to let go at this point. We are slightly below the previous day high. I think my entry is basically at 332 for the previous day high. 332. So yeah, sorry. The top of that candle is actually previous day high. That's pretty good actually. So we rejected off of the previous day high there on the top of the candle body. So let's just hope that the sellers put on the gas here and take us lower. We could move our stop down a little bit just to be a little more conservative here, because both of these candles basically came up to the previous day high and rejected, sort of looking like this one had a little bit more support. I think I might stand up here for a bit, guys. Let's go. Let's move the desk up. So So I've only done one trade before on the Dow. This is literally my second trade ever on the Dow. It's bouncing right now. Looking like we're going to get stopped here, unfortunately. We're about 4 or 5 ticks away from being taken out on this trade. But our stop is at 45. We're at 44 right now. So yeah, there we go. We're out. So too bad on that trade. We lost 155 on that trade. So looking like we have a little over 575 now left to pass this valuation account. Finding some support here. So anyways, I'll move that out of the way. We'll take a look here. We'll keep watching so we did find some support there, and then this turned into resistance. So are they going to close up? We need to break this look in the long on this trade.
Artlist.io.
I'm gonna put a high day view up on the Dow with one of those anchors you pop the high. See what turns out. Price action return that.
Reimagined.
I'm just gonna grab a coffee. I'll be right back, guys.
Artlist.io.
So we went up on the Dow up to our high day view up. I mean, we're right up there right now. Had a little bit of a rejection on that last candle, and it looks like they're attempting to take that high day view up right now, which is pretty good for the ES. If we can take that high day view up on the Dow, it's going to help pull the ES up. Then all we need is for NQ to cooperate a bit, and we could probably see some good movement. Projecting a bit off of that high day view up on the Dow.
Artlist.io.
Yeah, starting to get a bit of a boost here. NQ looking quite bullish, bearish. I keep saying the wrong word here. As you can see, look at that. We break in the bottom of the range once, and now we're heading lower on the NQ. Okay, we're gonna keep our eyes on the MES today. It's just looking a little bit better.
Artlist.io. Artlist.io.
Oh, that's so funny. Sorry, guys. I'm just watching. I'm in the stream watching the ASFX TV. So Randy, if anyone knows Randy, obviously you guys know Randy. He's kind of like cloned or called this when you get a big bullish candle and it just starts ripping higher, you call it a boner candle, right? So I actually made an apron for him. It has like a picture here. I'll show you guys. I got one here too. So this is the apron. It's got a big green candle on it, and at the bottom it says in pink lettering, "Owner candle." So I just noticed that he was showing the guys in ASFX TV. That's why I broke out laughing there. But Yeah, pretty funny. So I, because he kind of was using that term, I decided to make an apron. I got it printed off in like a print shop kind of idea, and then sent it over to him. Dropped it off at his house one day. I was like, "Look, we should wear these aprons sometime." And the reason I picked an apron is because the nickname is the Butcher, right? So butchers wear aprons, so that's kind of the idea behind that. But yeah.
Artlist.io.
So we just get some news released right now, guys. You'll see rate decision actually. Okay. It's the oil and gas, crude oil and gas inventory information. So actual negative 9.285 million, forecast 1.75, and previous. I wish I knew how to understand that, so I can explain that to you guys. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a picture of that with AI and ask AI to explain it for me, so I can explain it to you guys. That's one thing is like, it's important for us to watch the news, but at the same time, it's more like you just don't really want to be trading when the news happens, right?
Artlist.io.
This means U.S. crude stockpiles fell way more than expected. A large draw usually signals stronger demand or tighter supply, which tends to be bullish for crude oil prices. Gas inventories, instead of a build, there was a significant draw. This means gasoline demand was stronger than expected or supply was tighter. That's also bullish for gasoline. Distilled inventories, diesel is... Inventories rose more than expected, which can be bearish for distillates. And crushing inventories, a small draw at crushing, it shows local storage remains slightly higher, which can affect WTI futures delivery dynamics. So crude and gas is pretty bullish, and distillates bearish. So that's what that means. Gotta love AI for that kind of stuff, hey guys. You can just get on there and you can take a picture of something and send it and get the information that you need. I think it's a crazy time that we're living in right now. So finally hit TP1 hit on NQ, holding since mid opening range break. So obviously you're short, I guess, right? Because we've been heading lower, so you got one TPO. That's awesome. So you have some more targets below, I'm assuming. Get an applause for that. Very nice. So we're finally looking like we're starting to break that trend line here. So if we get a nice closure, we are on the 5 minute, a closure above here. We could think about trying to get back in long at some point here. Looking pretty bullish here, guys. What is it NQ doing here? NQ's bouncing. Dow's still looking a little bearish. It did pop up from that other entry that I took.
Artlist.io.
So let's see if we're just going to get rejected here, or if we're going to actually get a nice closure above or like outside of this trend line. Could be the start of a move higher here. So yesterday, on top of having not the best trading day, unfortunately, my dog wasn't feeling very good yesterday either. So when I got him up in the morning, his cough was back pretty substantially. So I ended up taking him to the vet. And I think I mentioned to you guys, he's got what's called an oral hematoma, which is, I guess when they shake their head, they can break a blood vessel in their ear. And that can fill up the ear with blood, basically. So it's been filled up with blood for almost 2 weeks. My original doctor said, like, let's not drain it. Let's just try to leave it, let it go away on its own, because, Ralph's health is not great overall. So I ended up taking him to the vet yesterday, changed his antibiotics so that we can try to make sure that we keep the cough from coming back really bad. And then I did end up getting the fluid drained from his ear. So it's still a little puffed up, it's still some fluid in there. I don't think they can really draw it all out. And then they also injected some steroid inside his ear, and that's supposed to help, with the clotting idea, keeping it sort of, keeping it, from filling back up with blood again. So I got him up this morning. He's looking pretty good. He wasn't coughing this morning, so that's good news. And then I just moved him into my room on the bed. So he's got the whole bed to himself right now, loving life. Not that he's not loving life when he's out here too, because he's got the couch. So I've never been a person that keeps my dog on the bed or the couch, but I love this guy too much. So he can use the bed and the couch whenever he wants. Mr. Ralph. So we're just, chopping around here down at the bottom of the range here. There's some support there, obviously, as you can see in these lows. It's part of the reason I was a little reluctant to get in short at this area. In my mind, this is actually a potential area for a long. But that being said, relatively bearish overnight, and then now relatively bearish after we broke the top of the range.
Music licensing reimagined.
We do have a bit of a downward trend line here, which we're kind of finding support at also. So you look at that, lines up pretty nicely. Finding some support right there. Kind of broke below it there and found some support there. The Dow's kind of making a bit of a turn up here, guys. Found some support at a fair value gap. Took the New York VWAP there.
Artlist.io.
NQ just making a new lower low.
Music licensing reimagined.
Yeah, so here we go. Yeah, hoping we go lower a little more, but feel if it's close to if I close it to it early, it's going to be hard to get a re-entry. So I'm just going to hold it remaining at break even. Yeah, smart trade. That is a bit of a challenge, hey, when you do get out of those trades, you might not be able to get such a nice entry. And then, it's a lot more risk-free trade, right?
Music licensing reimagined.
Okay, so what do we got here, guys? What are we doing? Looking like we're going to go sideways out of this channel, or out of this downward trend line. If we just keep headed sideways here, I'm almost thinking we should just get rid of this guy here. We could adjust it a little bit. Maybe this is the actual trend line, because it does line up a little bit better with those wicks, and then also this body candle there. The POC is a pretty important level, I think, today. So if we can get a bit of a bounce here, let's see what happens here when we get to this 9 EMA.
Music licensing reimagined.
And NQ is finding a little bit of support here. It did make a slightly new low there, but it's been kind of coming up since then.
Artlist.io.
Just talking about Bank of Canada information here. So we are rejecting a little bit off this trend line, so maybe we do have it in the correct spot now. Let's see how this, if we can get a nice closure up there, maybe break these EMAs. The only thing the problem is that we still have the 2 VWAPs up above, so technically we don't really want to fight the VWAPs. So maybe what we need to do is, if we're going to take a long here, because I still feel like we're in bullish territory, we can still move higher, right? So if we can get above this, we can definitely think about taking a long, at least targeting the top of the range, and then potentially higher. But you know, with FOMC, there's a good chance we're just going to be going sideways. So.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
Not a whole lot going on here, guys. Just going sideways here.
Artlist.io.
Yeah, NQ's looking lower. ES rejected nicely off there, looking lower. Just not loving this price action yet. We're just going pretty sideways here. And, you know, sideways isn't what we want to trade. We want to be trading expansion trades.
Artlist.io. Artlist.io.
Rolling over. NQ's looking lower. ES is, you know, getting pulled down by NQ a bit, but the Dow is kind of like, the Dow is the one that's looking the most bullish today. So it's pulling us up on the Dow.
Music licensing
So
reimagined.
having a mixed bag on the indices right now. Quite often this happens. You know, the Dow ends up going sort of the opposite direction of NQ, which kind of like slows our progress on the ES. So actually NQ shorts were actually pretty good today. If we were to go in short on NQ, that would be a pretty nice place to be. The Dow is having a little bit of trouble getting above this current level at 46,393. We had 3 kind of like peaks up there, and it's kind of acting as resistance. So there's obviously some sellers up there.
Music licensing reimagined.
On what time frame is it best to indicate the FVG? Okay, so for value gaps, right? Basically, the larger the time frame, the longer the time frame, like 5, 15, 1 hour, daily, those are the higher you go, the more value they're going to hold. And like, if you go down, you can still use a 1 minute, but they're just not quite as valid. Like there's more likely chance that they might break down. I like to use the 5 minute. The 5 minute is kind of the best because as you can see in this current price action here, all these 5 minute candles here are pretty tight, right? So there's no opportunity for a fair value gap to form in there. But that being said, maybe on the 1 minute there would be. Currently there isn't any on there. Let's take a look.
Music licensing reimagined.
So we got, because NQ is a little bit more cleaner to the downside, you can see here that we do have this 5 minute there, fair value gap, and 5 minute there, and a new 5 minute bearish fair value gap there. Not a whole lot of space in there for us to form it. So if this candle were to go up, they'll just erase this fair value gap. So let's just take this back to the 1 minute, and then we'll see what kind of, as you can see, there's a whole bunch more here, which, I mean, today these look like they would have worked, right? You could have definitely entered short on some of these. I wouldn't say to do it now. I don't know how much further, how much more room to the downside we're going to be going. But like, I typically like to use 5 or higher. So you could do even on a 15 minute. Let's see if we got any 15 minute ones. So there's, yeah, so we do have this one here in the 15 minutes. So that's a pretty strong area. So if everything is, if we continue the way that we're going, it's looking like we could get rejected off of this and continue lower. But yeah, so the higher the time frame, the kind of the more valid, or the stronger it could probably be.
Artlist.io.
That answers your question.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
Again, we tried to go lower there, finding support on this other trend line here. We kind of saw similar price action on yesterday. See, like this kind of idea where we found sort of bottoms, and then we're going sideways for quite some time before we ended up popping up. So this could be sort of what we're seeing here is the start of that. We might, chop in here for like the next 30, 40 minutes even, and then start curling up again here. So that's kind of like what I'm hoping for here. So we're kind of like hoping that that's going to happen, as our bias sort of to for an entry for a long.
Licensing reimagined.
Hey, you're welcome. No problem. I like having some questions to answer, so thank you for the question. Let's change our banner here. So make sure you guys, if you need some top 1 futures accounts or any futures accounts, definitely go over there, check it out. You can use my discount MVP Market Butcher Trades for 50% off or 40 to 50% off, depending on which account you pick. These new Ignite accounts are super inexpensive. You feel like that $198 or $180 for the 50K, and like $100 for 25K. These are straight to funded accounts. So if you hit the profit target, and the profit target's a little bit lower, I think it's 2,500 on the 50K and 1,500 on the 25K. So the target's a little bit easier to attain, although you need to keep in mind that there's an equity stability score, and if you don't know what the equity stability score is, it's basically you have to take your biggest loser and add it to your biggest winner, and then that's your equity stability score. So if you have a 20% equity stability score, you basically have to multiply that times 5, whatever your biggest and smallest loss win is, or the biggest of both, the biggest win and the biggest loss added together, times that by 5, and that's going to be your profit target. So if you're going to shoot for the actual profit target, you're going to have to keep those levels down. If it's let's say 250 and 150, so that'd be 253, 400. You times 5 would be 2,000 would be your target. So that's a little bit underneath your actual profit target for the 50K account. So I think you want to be $500 between the two accounts. So if you could keep your biggest loser to 200 and your biggest winner to 300, that would make it a equity, for the equity stability score, that would make it 500 times 5 is 2,500, and that would be your profit target. But they're definitely worth the money if you're experienced enough and want to get into a funded account. If not, you can always go with their elite challenge account, which is kind of like the test or the evaluation type accounts. And those are the ones that you need to pass the profit target before you can get into the sim funded, but it's the less expensive way to get into that. So, you're on an eval with TopStep. Nice. Awesome. I haven't tried TopStep. I've heard lots of good things. I know a lot of traders use it, so that's awesome. Are you making some good progress on that? Good that you were working yesterday, and then maybe you didn't take any trades yesterday because yesterday's price action was pretty tough. Looking like we're trying to take a new low here, guys. So we just broke our recent low. I think that this 58.50 is going to be a pretty key area there. We have no orders below us here though, guys. Look at this. It's like the book map is dark. So to me that says that, in one sense it says that it wants us to go higher, right? It says it's wants to take us higher because that's where the liquidity is. But also when there's no orders below, it can actually move lower relatively easy, right? Because they're willing to let it slide, right? It's easier to let it slide. So these could all be sellers just trying to hold the price down. But typically they're going to be liquidity, which the price is usually drawn to, right? So
Music licensing reimagined.
you're up 300. Don't think I will take another trade today. Oh, smart. Yeah. It's not looking like a good day to trade. We need that FOMC to get announced, and then once that's announced, then the market will pick its direction a little bit. Not to say that the Thursday is going to be a trending day or anything, but probably gets some more movement anyways, and less of this tight consolidation here.
Music licensing reimagined.
I just got a scam sort of message. Hello, I'm Angela from Randstad, a leading global staffing firm. We'd like to share a flexible remote opportunity for you. Position: manager. Help Walmart merchants promote their products.
Artlist.io.
it might not be a scam or whatever, but no experience required, remote work, and you can daily pay from $100 to $600 per day. Same day payment.
Artlist.io.
And here they're giving us a WhatsApp link. So definitely a scam. And it's from a really weird number. It's like a plus 212-649-536371, whatever that means.
Music licensing reimagined.
So we're finally getting that bounce here a bit. Again, just kind of chopping in this range though, hey? We found some support on this channel, trend line, downward trend line, and yeah, I got a job. I should sign up right now, right? One win, one loss. Okay, nice. Yeah, I keep it tight today. Today's not a day to be taking too much trades. Unfortunately, I'm a little negative on the day, but you know, small red after my big red, I'm okay with that.
Music licensing reimagined.
So we got the Dow just broke out higher, guys, along with the ES in that recent little bounce, and NQ is still looking pretty bearish.
Artlist.io.
Yeah, we're looking pretty heavy here though. Like we touched the opening range low and then we kind of rejected, so finding a little bit of support here at the 9 EMA. The MACD is closing a bit, obviously, after these last two kind of like bouncing type candles here. Once we get across here, if this were to cross this MACD, that would be definitely a good indication that it's like kind of a long entry. But I suspect that we'd have to be somewhere up in this area near the New York VWAP to be getting that cross to happen. So yeah, we'll try to be patient here and see what happens. Dow did break out a little higher, but it wicked down already. It's kind of rejected off that recent high, pulling back. NQ just been straight down. And ES now rejecting and heading a little bit lower. So overall, pretty bearish day so far, but sideways at the same time. If you didn't get in a trade like right at the get-go, like kind of how we got that little winner at the start, and or if you were to take a short at the top of the range, you would have been in a great position right now. You could be sitting through this consolidation with little or no worries.
Artlist.io.
I just looked back and read your comment one more time, and that was just like made me feel like laughing. So that's totally got a job. I'm hoping that trading's going to be my job eventually. Like currently, it's a work in progress. You know, I am relatively new to trading futures, so just trying to show up every day, learn more, try to like make my accounts last as long as possible, and hopefully get some payouts in the process, right? But it's not easy, guys. It's not easy. So don't think that you can just come into the market and start making W's all the time. So. All right, Johan. Hey, thanks for coming in, working this out, and have a great day. And thank you for your wish for a good day. Take care. I guess you're at work, so have a good day at work.
reimagined.
Sorry, I'm laughing at. I'm also, like I said, I got the ASFX thing going on the side, and they're not really trading right now. They're just kind of like
Artlist.io.
looking at X videos and laughing and stuff because that's the kind of day we're in today. Probably shouldn't really be trading today. So
Artlist.io.
the FOMC days are typically pretty rough. So if you can get out with a small red or a small green or a green day, like these are one of those days where it's good to walk away. So I went over to my dad's house yesterday and I hooked him up
Music licensing
to
reimagined.
TradingView. So he's got his TradingView going now. So he's starting to take some trades with us. So he can kind of join in on the trades and learn with us. So that's pretty cool. Got him hooked up. Although his TradingView is delayed by 10 minutes, so it makes it a little bit harder trading when your data is 10 minutes behind the actual price. So Bank of Canada lowered its key interest rate by 25 basis points to 2.5% on Wednesday, making it the first cut since March. So it's funny, my dad sent me that text message. So he's all over the news now too, right?
Reimagined.
So are we going to go lower here, guys? We did reject off the opening range low again here. And now we're, playing with that previous day low price.
Artlist.io.
Since we're standing around waiting, I figured I might as well do some curls, get some exercise in while we're just waiting for something to happen here, guys.
Artlist.io.
You're gonna have to turn the AC back up a bit though. Normally I do a bunch of push-ups too, but it's kind of hard with headphones on. I'd have to take the headphones off to do that.
Music licensing reimagined.
So Dow's pulling back a bit here, guys. ES pulling back. NQ still heading lower. We did have a block of orders coming in on the 6,660 on the book. So that is potentially support, or there could be, some guys trying to get in on the move lower here, or stop losses, right? So we'll have to see how that plays out. Dow pulled back a bit to the, I put a trend line on the Dow. It kind of pulled back to there. It's finding a bit of buyer support there.
Music licensing.
NQ looking like it wants to take the new low and head lower here. So we're gonna turn this into a workout channel, guys. When we ain't got nothing to do, we should just lift some weights. I know. Anything helps, right?
Artlist.
Got to turn that AC back up.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
Went back and took a quick peek at Ralph. He's sleeping nicely on the bed there. Probably loving the nice, comfortable, cushy pillows. Or the Nice pillow top on the bed.
Artlist.io.
So we're starting to roll over here a bit on the yes guys. NQ just made a new low there. NQ made a new low. So is it just gonna go lower all day today? I'm wondering, like so far we have sold off basically from the open. We bounced up a little bit to we opened at 521, we bounced up to 540, and then we basically headed all the way lower to 407. So we're down like 130 points right now on NQ, and I would say that's a pretty large move. I mean, our opening range was 96 to 540, 50 point roughly opening range, or no, it was a little bit bigger, sorry. That was the opening candle. I think the opening range was, I think we said something like it was 70 points. So coming down to this trend line that we put in there a bit earlier. As you can see, a bit of a buyer-seller battle currently going on here with the way that the price is just bouncing around. Lots of red coming through the tape there. We're going to take these lows right now, guys, for sure. Now, are we going to go lower is a question, though. I'm still feeling like we're pretty bullish. So, it's hard to take a short because, with these wicks down here, it seems like there's not a whole lot of room for us to go, right? There's not a whole lot of room for us to go lower from this point. If the buyers are still here, right? We might end up getting a wick like that. So, hard to say.
Music licensing reimagined.
Bouncing up here a bit again, guys. Look at that. So, like I said, like anyone who's like, oh my God, we're breaking the low, let's jump in short. Like those people are getting stopped out right away.
Artlist.io.
So then we're still stuck in this chop. So.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
So looking like we have a 4-hour fair value gap on NQ that we're kind of like getting close to. So let's see here. Let's move it up 4 hour. I'll bring this across for you guys to see. So as you can see, this 4-hour fair value gap, we're still in it. So we need this. Is this a 4-hour candle? There's still got quite a bit of time left on it though. So this could end up being support, right? This is a pretty big fair value gap on the higher time frame. And we did find some support down there. Hard to get short in here until we invert that. Like, so if we can get a 4-hour candle closure below this, that'll like invert that, and that'll say that we're going to go lower. So until we get down below that, that's going to be a pretty key level, which is at the 400, right? At the 400 level. So we might end up finding some support there before we end up bouncing, right?
Artlist.io.
But if we end up taking out that 400 level, then there's a good chance we're going to be heading lower. So to see, give it some more time to play out. I'm going to move that back to. We'll probably just watch that on the 15-minute right now, since we've been we've been watching these trades for a while now, and not looking like we're going to be getting an entry anytime soon here. Take a look at the the ES on the 15-minute here also. Like 15, 30, 45, basically 1 hour we've been stuck between 64 and 658. So 658, 664. It's 7-point range, just chopping around. So looking like we got some good viewers right now. We got 16 on X and 2 in my phone. Whoever is on X, we would let come on down. Price is right. Oh, let's got some this guy. Come on down.
Music licensing reimagined.
That's like when they lose on the Price is Right, right? I really should keep trading standing up as much as possible. Just somewhat over the long term.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io.
NQ starting to look like it might be turning to be bullish a bit here. ES also, forming some nice wicks on the bottom.
Music licensing reimagined.
What time do we got FOMC? I think it's at 11, right? Say Fed Meridian Median FOMC press conference with Powell's at 11:30.
Artlist.io.
So that's 2:30 p.m. though, for East Coast. So we're only at 8 a.m. right now, so it's a few hours away still.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io.
Getting a nice bounce here on the yes, guys.
Music
Lots of green on the
licensing
tape.
reimagined.
NQ's also looking like it wants to go higher here. I wonder if the Dow is going to cooperate, or if it's going to be, if the Dow may start selling off after we had that big bullish move in the morning. The other two indices start taking off. That'll be interesting to watch.
Artlist.io.
So we could think about, let's go down to the 1 minute chart here. We could consider taking a long here if we can break above these VWAPs here. So let's just frame that in for now as an idea. Long position sort of like this. We can target, close to the top of the range, 7-point take profit, 5-point stop.
Music licensing reimagined.
What VWAPs am I using? Hey Alexandru. I use anchored VWAPs. So I anchor one at the start of the day session, which I call the electronic VWAP, which would be our like 3 p.m. West Coast time or 6 p.m. East Coast time. So that's that red one there. So after the session stops for that 1 hour and it starts back up, I'll put my anchor VWAP on that candle there. So that would be for the overnight session. And then I'd also drop an anchor on the New York VWAP, so the first, the 6:30 candle. And then other than that, the only other VWAPs I'll probably use is sometimes we'll use what's called like handoff VWAP. So, like for example here, if we go to like back to the 5 minute, it might be a little easier to see. So what we do is on the last candle that touches a VWAP, especially on trending days, like if it's heading lower and lower and lower, you can add another VWAP on the last one that touches, and you can see it kind of works full trade. So there's lots of rejections off there. Now we're just breaking off that one. So this would have been probably a decent one. Like taking an entry after we took here, we could have taken an entry there. We had come back down and reject off it, start getting higher. And then the only other VWAPs that I'll use is sometimes you can put on like what's called a high day VWAP. So all of my VWAPs are anchored. And so we're right actually at the high day VWAP. So I usually keep high or the low day VWAP. But so we're kind of rejecting there, finding support on the handoff VWAP, and then getting rejected on the high day VWAP there. But they're kind of more so just like to help you have an understanding of the direction of the price of the day. They're all anchored, and I don't use bands or anything. I just use that there. So we'll be watching the price here. Let's go back to the one. Nice break on these VWAPs with volume, right? You can watch the volume at the bottom of the chart here. Now, if we can take these VWAPs with some like a nice green candle with some nice volume behind it, that would be a good signal for an entry. Take along on the break of the New York VWAP, and then it's targeting somewhere around the top of the top of the range. I probably would cover some contracts just before the point of control here, just front run the point of control, because it was acting as support and resistance a few times here. So it could be, we could bounce to the point of control and then reject off that possibly. So I usually value areas as like, potential resistance areas, right? So. How many coffees you guys in now?
Music licensing reimagined.
Yeah, so the guys on my audio is bad. Really?
Artlist.io.
I'm just gonna open up this screen here and see if it's that on my side.
Music licensing
check.
reimagined.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll turn down. I do have my volume a little high on some of the stream part. Sounds a little better now, I think. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate that. So one thing I was just hearing from the guys on the ASFX TV is that they actually use,
Artlist.io.
they don't use the regular trading for the previous day low. They use also the electronic hours. So technically this previous day low was off the regular trading hours, but if we're just going by the electronic hours, our previous day low is actually way down there.
Music licensing reimagined.
So I mean, I guess you could just mark both and just put like previous day low and previous day. It was respecting, as you can see, it was respecting the price from the regular trading hours previous day low.
Artlist.io.
Sounded like my audio was a little bit bad there again. Let me know if it sounds any better or any worse now, please.
Music licensing reimagined.
So yes, and you are currently bouncing a bit. Dow is looking like it's not really pulling back yet. It's still above some of its higher candles, but it's showing some pretty big wicks on the top side and currently in a red candle. So it looks like it wants to try to go lower here. But look at this price action, guys. Like nobody wants to be trading this here, Calling it a day. NQ and gold was good today. Still wanted a bigger move, but green is green. So see you tomorrow. Awesome, Czar. Love it. Glad that you turned it into a good day. That's awesome. Good way to finish FOMC. Alexandria, let me know if you got what I was saying there about the VWAPs. In case I think that my dad was mentioning that my voice might have been breaking up during that explanation. If you're still here. So currently got 24 viewers, 16 in Randy's X, 3 in Randy's channel, and 5 in my channel. As usual, loving that you guys are tuning in, making this all worthwhile. If you can, make sure to hit that like button. Yep, you got most of it. Awesome. Thank you.
Music licensing reimagined.
He's saying the worst audio is when my head's turned to the right, which has been an ongoing theme. So maybe what I need to do is start angling my mic a little bit more that direction, and it'll catch it better. I can also reach my mic across a little bit more. Maybe that's kind of what I got to do. I got to start, because a lot of my focus is usually center and right. So maybe I need to get my mic over a little bit further so that it's catching the words when I'm looking this way. Because the StreamYard. Hey, you're welcome, Alexandru. Thanks for the question. The StreamYard's got like an auto sort of auto like feature to like cut out the background noise. So maybe, you know, when I turn my head too far away, it kind of assuming it's background noise and just kind of doesn't really push it, put that through.
Music licensing reimagined.
So we did attempt to go up higher there. We rejected off the opening range low there, guys. So didn't get that bullish move that we were hoping for there. Not to say that it's over yet, but currently, you know, our fluctuations are just getting a little bigger. So usually it goes the other way around where it gets tighter, but it just shows that the pure sort of like indecision in the market right now with FOMC around the corner. You know, the sellers let go for a minute, but then the buyers are pushing it up, and then the buyers let go and it's going lower. So until we get a break of this range, which we've been stuck in from 65 down to 60 area, we're probably just going to be going sideways, right, for most of the day here. So ES, NQ, both looking a little bearish. Dow still stuck up at the top there. The consolidation is looking a little bit tighter on the Dow though. So not really sure what we're going to get here. I wonder if the Dow is kind of going to be affected positively a little bit more by, you know, FOMC today or not, but I think the Dow did have some relatively bearish days recently, and that's kind of why, you know, yeah, we've been selling off for 1, 2, 3, almost 4 days here since our, 1, 2, 3. We had 3 bearish days after a bullish day. So, and then now we got another relatively bullish day. We are sitting right at the high of the Friday the 12th. So Friday's price action is where the Dow is sitting right now. We did break Friday's high, but since then we've been just kind of sort of going sideways like the other 2 indices here. Not a whole lot of moves in either direction. So day 30 here, we've been going on stream now for 2 hours basically. Yeah, hour 57 minutes. Still watching the paint dry here, hoping for something to happen.
Music licensing reimagined.
Just enjoying our coffee and being patient here. Hoping to see some sort of price action. Give us a little more clarity on what's going to happen today. So I'm not really sure what to expect on FOMC. No one really does. It's a 50-50 chance, right? So it could go either way. But I just had this thought that maybe we should ask AI and see what it thinks the outcome of the FOMC will be.
Artlist.io.
Going lower here, guys, on the ES right now. Finally taking that new low. As you can see, like I was saying, the whipsaw is getting a little bit wider here. So it like as normally it goes the other direction, but we do have like this whole wick structure down here below. NQ is starting to pull back a bit more too. We're kind of like almost making a new low. ES did make a new low. And the Dow is sort of pulling back a bit again here, starting to break down a little bit. So they're all looking a little bearish currently. So if they all could run together, that would be good. We could give us a little more clarity on if we're going to go lower. Kind of want to take a short here, guys. Let's wait for this 1 minute candle to close though. If we can get if we can, reject here and get a closure below that downward channel, we could think about jumping in a short here to see if we can't get a little more continuation on this move. Since we are looking relatively bearish on the day. 18 seconds left on this candle here. Dow's rolling over a bit. NQ didn't make a new low yet, so that's the one thing that's kind of concerning me. If we can break that low on NQ, then we could maybe think about taking a short on the ES. We're still a few points away from breaking that low on the NQ, so I'm not going to enter yet. And it would be nice if maybe the Dow kind of went lower a bit, and then that would help bring ES down, right? Currently getting a couple green candles on all three indices, so still in that indecision area, choppy area. We need to get out of this range for us to be finding any kind of substantial moves, I think. So I just got to go to the bathroom real quick, guys. I'm just going to turn off the mic and the camera for a sec. I'll be right back.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Artlist.io.
My apologies there, guys. Looks like we didn't really miss much. Found some support down there at 57, 58 area. NQ also maybe finding some support there down at the 408s. Like I said, we never made a new low on NQ, so that's got me a little concerned about the direction on it. So yeah, sorry about that if my audio was off there. You're gonna have to really try to get in the habit of keeping my head as close to the mic as possible here.
Artlist.io.
I did try to orient it a little bit different. Hopefully it'll pick up the sound a little better when I'm looking to the right. Maybe let me know if it seems like it's been better, and I'll try to make sure I keep the mic in this position going forward.
Music licensing.
So super chop day, guys. Like, look at that. The 1 minute chart came down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Like, nothing to trade here, guys. Nothing at all. Just get rid of this trend line here. It doesn't really make any sense anymore. This guy seems like it still is sort of in play a bit. You can see we've wicked on it a few times and whatnot. Kind of rejected off of it there recently. It's just curiosity here, but let's clone this one and let's put it down on the bottom of that one. And look at that. Lines up exactly with that one. Like, what are the chances? I mean, often these trend lines like that are like this, you can just clone them. Keep the exact same angle of one that's kind of like, it's touching 2 points. Clone it, you can put it in different places, and you can start seeing a more clear direction of potentially, or it's interesting that these areas line up like that, right? So we're kind of in a channel here right now, right? I wonder too, like, you could always zoom out and extend those trend lines, and they probably line up with something from like previous price action from like days before. So there is value to trend lines. I know they're pretty simple and they're sort of discretionary, as in like, if everyone might have a slightly different location on their trend line, right? So that kind of is the negative part about it. But as you can see, like, they do show some sort of value having them on your chart, right?
Music licensing reimagined.
Like, how many times did we end up rejecting and wicking off of this one? Like, yeah, it didn't touch exactly on it, but it did. Like, we kind of, with the nice line drawn, you can definitely see where the buyers are stepping in and where the sellers are stepping in, right?
Artlist.io.
So NQ is currently looking like it wants to try to make a lower low here. We are about 403. We're like 3 points away from sweeping out the low. and we are getting a pretty solid pullback here on ES. So they're kind of, those two indices are definitely working together. The Dow kind of is a little more in tune with them, although it's trading up pretty high, as you can see here. So we got these all on the fives. Yeah, these are all in the 5-minute chart. So pretty huge bearish candle here there, guys, and then a rejection wick on that one. But you know, as we're looking a little more bearish, this one's looking bearish, and we're also looking a little bearish there, although we're just starting new candles. So it seems like they're sort of working together here. 448, 447. Yeah, what happened there? How did we, oh, this is on 15-minute. That's why I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Like, how did we only have 4 minutes on that candle. How did it wick all the way up there and come back down? So we did have a bearish fair value gap on the 5-minute on ES there. As you can see, we dipped into it and then we went lower. So yeah, it's looking like the bears are definitely here right now. But again, we're still in that choppy range, so not convinced that we're going to be heading lower just yet. We need to yeah, it's just FOMC day. It's pretty hard to judge whether we're going to take out these lows, and then, you know, if we did take out those lows, what's our eventual target, right? We do have quite a bit of consolidation, but maybe we could you know, we might end up heading down to 6,643 area would be kind of a potential, you know, target from what is this, Thursday, Friday price action last week.
Music licensing reimagined.
So watching paint dry here. Not a whole lot happening. So we got 16 viewers in Randy's X channel. We got 3 in his channel, YouTube, and 3 in my YouTube channel. So holding the pretty, it's looking like we're getting the majority of our viewers on X. So I know I said that before. I need to hook up my X account, and then maybe I can get some of you guys to you know, check out my channel also. Not necessarily watch a stream over there, but at least get us all connected, so that we can so that you guys can see when I stream in also. Although we have been streaming between both of our channels, right? So so we're getting a lot of exposure anyways, put it that way.
Artlist.io.
Getting a bit of a bounce on the Dow ES end. You know, NQ is looking weaker than Dow and ES. We did sweep that low on NQ on the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the Mag 7 real quick here. How are they looking? A little slow to load here. Yeah, it's pretty bearish. Sold off pretty heavily today on the Mag 7. So that's Apple, Nvidia, Tesla, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Google. Between all those, we've, you know, I attached them all to this. So if here, what I'll do is I'll copy this and I'll put it in the chat for you guys. And then if you want to, like, you know, follow the Mag 7, it's kind of like a mini, its own sort of like mini indice in a sense. So if you can copy that right there, you can just paste that into your trading view, and then that'll give you, and then add it to your watch list. You can refer back to that as you know, the Mag 7 stuff. So yeah, definitely check that out. And the Dow's looking like it wants to go higher here, guys. Let me get Yeah, Dow's looking pretty bullish right now, guys.
Artlist.io.
Heading back towards its recent high on this bounce, along with all three are looking like they're bouncing a bit right now.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
Let's see who's live right now. We got Clay Trader live, looking like Patrick Whelan's still live. Randy's up on my list, top 3 on the like the live list, although it's just by who I'm following, right? And then it looking like we got Zach Boyajian from Real Deal Futures. He's live also.
Licensing reimagined.
Be pretty interesting. Maybe one day I can get on Patrick Whelan's stream. Probably not, but you never know. Give me a year or two at this, and then maybe I can get over there, right? That would be some real exposure.
Artlist.io.
Well, we got to get Randy on there first. Maybe he's probably more likely to get on there before me. So. Pretty heavy pullback here on ES and the Dow right now, guys. So the Dow broke out looking like it wanted to go higher, and then now it's basically erased that whole candle there. Let me just go on the YM here real quick so I don't have to move my other chart over. But let's go back to the 5 here. So you can see on this 5-minute candle, we ripped up there, right up close to the top of the range, the top of the high, and then just right back down. So that's not a bad sign for our shorts if we're looking for shorts here. Let's go back to the MES. Again, we're still stuck in that range though, right, guys? At 65 down to 50 to 60 area. Now we did push it a little bit lower now, but 57 area to 65.
Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io.
So at some point, I'm gonna want to get some giveaways going here, but I think I need to get some more affiliate sales before they're gonna give me any accounts to be given away. So that's why I'm just plugging away hard here, trying to get views and whatnot. But it would be pretty sweet if I could get some accounts to start giving away, maybe some test accounts or some practice accounts kind of idea. But like I said, I think I need to get a few more affiliate sales using my code before they're going to want to give me any handouts. But so if you guys definitely looking for any accounts, I would definitely want to check out Top One Futures and or Lucid, right? Lucid Trading is also very similar to Top One. They have really great rules, great support, and from what I've heard so far, some of the traders that have been trading it, their payouts are also very quick and easy. So MBT, Market Butcher Trades, is the code for both of those accounts. So, if you guys, if you are planning to buy any accounts, definitely check that out. Spread the love a bit. We also have Randy and Christine that you can buy. Use their code TRB, the Randy Baines TRB, and Christine, just like the name would be spelled, for the discount codes over there. So if you wanted to get in on any accounts, spread the love out for sure, but maybe get one from mine first, right? No. Yeah, just trying to build a following here, just trying to, if I can get some more affiliate sales, then we'll be, I do stand to make a little bit of money from it, not a whole lot, but there's, a little bit of money. So that would help also fund me being able to be here every day doing this job. Although I'm doing it now just for free, for fun, and also for, transparency and accountability, so that, I can't blow up and then I have to tell you guys, right, when I blow up. So like yesterday when I had, even though like I didn't overtrade, there is some positives from yesterday. I used the max loss settings. I didn't adjust that. I didn't, sometimes when you go on tilt, you'll like go into your loss settings and adjust that. The only thing I would say is the main mistake that I made yesterday is on my third trade, I did oversize. I went in with 20 micro contracts. So once it did, rip against me, I hit my max daily loss of 900, and then it was copy trade. So that was an $1,800 loss. So my month isn't ruined. I wasn't sure until I looked at my calendar how bad it was, but it basically erased last week. So if I can just have a couple good days this week, we'll still be on we'll be on the way to a good month. I mean, I can't be mad at this month, only 2 red days, although this one is really bad. It's like by far the biggest red day of all. And, if it wasn't for the fact that I was copy trading, which, looking back, that was another mistake I made yesterday, is, it wasn't a very nice day, so I shouldn't really be copy trading on a day like that anyways. So that was a bit of a learning lesson, especially when it's choppy. Like, let's disconnect the copy trades, and then it would have only been 500 and 900. It would have only been a $1,400 loss on the day, right? Between those two accounts, because I took 3 trades, 250 loss, 250 loss, and then a 900 loss in my funded account. So between sizing a little too heavy and then, the poor price action on the day, and not disconnecting my copy trade would be my downfall from yesterday. So, but hey, we're going to have a good day coming up soon, and we're going to hopefully be copy trading on that day, and we're going to, push the envelope and recover a lot of those losses. So that's kind of what I'm hoping here. We'll just be patient, wait for some good price action here. So I'm in a free giveaway right now on a different streamer's channel. Maybe if I can get a free prop account, then I can see if I can figure out a way that I could pass it on to my viewers. That would be sweet. But I'm probably competing with like about 100 people on that free account. So not likely that I'm going to win, but that's one good thing about being here during the days streaming live, is you can keep an eye on some of those other streamers and, hopefully get a free account. So I'm watching a duck race here. Watching a duck race. You know what? I'll show you guys a duck race. Let's go here. So I think my duck is down here on the bottom left here somewhere, but we got 20 seconds left on this race. I don't see my name anywhere here on the bottom, but usually the winner blasts out of the back of the pack at the last minute. So, oh, that's me right there, David ST up at the top. Still in this race, guys. We got 10 seconds left. Oh, I'm falling back. Okay, I'm not gonna win. whoever's coming from the back here is going to win. Byron W is probably going to win on this race. Look at this. It's a tight one. Yeah, Byron won. So that's hopefully what we'll be getting to in our stream at some point. If we can start getting some accounts to give away, we'll run some duck races. I'll have a little form that I'll like send to the chat, and everybody in the chat can sign up for the duck race and then get a W. Hopefully get a free account, especially at the start. If we start doing that, like your odds are going to be pretty good to get a win, right? Because there's not a whole lot of viewers right now. We do have 25 viewers currently, 5 in my channel, 3 in Randy's, and then 17 in Randy's X channel. So I'll definitely have to get X going before I start doing giveaways, and then you guys will have a chance. The people on X will have a chance to get it. So looking like we might have a visitor.
Good morning.
Hey, bro, how you doing?
Good, man. How you doing? How you feeling today?
Trying to shake off yesterday, but feeling all right. Got a good sleep.
Yeah. No, that pre-FOMC and FOMC will get you. So.
Yeah. Pre-FOMC price action's not very nice. I did take a winner here on my copy traded account, $79. Similar trade that you took early on, that long.
Nice.
Taking some profits at the top of the range. And then I ended up taking another trade in my 50K account, ended up losing 90. So
nice. I'm stuck in this long. I've been stuck in this long for the last, since 10/18. So.
Oh, nice. Do you want to put that on the screen or?
Yeah, I gotta take a call here in 5 minutes. I was just popping in to say hi, but I'll show it anyway.
Sure. Yeah, just because I'm not really in anything at the moment, so we're just chatting. I was just watching Zach Boyajian's duck race. Oh, it looks like they got another duck race going here.
Nice.
I entered on his duck race. I'm trying to see if I can get the account to maybe give away.
Oh, that'd be dope. You get an account while you're streaming, like. So this is the long I'm in right now.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
I like price consolidating here. On NQ, there was orders down at 24,400. And I'm kind of just watching those. They got filled and they came back on. And that's kind of interesting because Zach Arbucci came on stream after we were done on ASFX. And he was talking about there's a 4-hour fair value gap. And 24,400 is the bottom of that fair value gap. So nice, if we can stay within it, hopefully I can get a pop back to the upside. But again, this is just in an apex eval.
Okay.
So I'm okay to hold on to this for a while and to let this idea play out. And if I take a stop on, I'll be down $500 on this account. But that's the name of the game. So
I like it. If we can only get out of this choppy consolidation range, right?
This is where I wanted to see what everybody in the chat was kind of doing on with you guys, like what Czar was looking at. Did he take anything today?
Yeah, Czar took a couple, I think an NQ and maybe a gold trade here. Was that Czar, I think? Yeah, he took I think he hit a TP on one of his NQs, and then I thought he said something about gold. It might have been somebody else and did a gold trade or.
Nice.
But yeah, he's green. And then nobody else has really said much about their trades. Johan, which is somebody who's been watching the stream from the East Coast now for a little bit. She had 1 win and 1 loss on the day. She's doing a Top Step eval account.
Oh yeah, Combine.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, not bad overall, I guess.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, no, I was just popping in to say hi and just see how you were doing. I know yesterday you messaged me and you had a bit of a rough day, so.
Yeah, my calendar's not looking very good after yesterday.
But it's just a blip, right? You
yeah.
Remember that. And these days happen. It sucks tilting on a day but those are the days that lead to tilt, right? When you get stuck in the drop.
Yeah.
And that's just a kick in the butt. But it's like eventually you get to a point where you want to sit on your hands pre-FOMC.
Yeah, for sure. I've definitely learned some lessons there on that one.
You got to touch the stove and burn your hand right a few times before you actually get sick of doing it. So,
Yeah, 100%. Two main things that I could do differently looking back on yesterday is I should have uncopy traded. Like I shouldn't have been copy trading. You know, price action, as we know, typically is pretty bad before FOMC. And then the other thing was, you know, after I took the max loss on the copy trade account, I did size up a little too heavy on my third trade. And then, you know, I probably even could have cut that trade a little earlier too, rather than letting it go all the way to my full loss. But I had to head to the vet with my dog, and I just kind of like left the trade running and tried to manage it on the road. And when I looked back, it was.
Yeah, no, it's life, man. It's life, right? These are as long as you take a lesson from the loss, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, for sure.
So, but I'm gonna have to jump out. I had a call here. I got to take at 9. So I just came in to say hi and see how you guys are doing.
Good to see you. Thanks.
I'll update the chat tomorrow on this trade. We'll look at the markup and see how it turned out. But in all full transparency, all honesty, if this thing sits and chops around here into FOMC, I'm just gonna leave the trade.
Oh yeah, thanks.
I'm ready to risk the 10 points that I got on. So the 10 contracts for 10 points, and let's see.
And who knows, it might rip to your TP also, right?
Right. What's the worst? I sat in the chop this long. What's the worst that's going to happen? I'm going to lose $500, or I'm going to make, you know, maybe something ridiculous. Yeah, sure. So, well, but I'll update everyone tomorrow. But yeah, Dave, you enjoy, and I'm just glad you're feeling better, buddy.
Sweet. Yeah. Thanks.
Cheers.
Okay. Have a good one. See ya. There we go, guys. We're back in. Nice little visit there from Randy. Looking like Zach's doing another. He's got so many duck races going right now. It's like that's what happens when you get bigger, right? You get a lot more viewers. You're gonna have more opportunities to give away free accounts and stuff, right? So. Let's watch this other duck race because I love these duck races. They're so fun. We'll definitely be doing duck races if we get to the point where we can start giving away some accounts and whatnot. I've been thinking about some other ideas for giveaways too. I was gonna reach out to to some meat butchers, right, and see if they're willing to, you know, give me some stuff to send out to my viewers, so you might be getting some meat in the mail. It would be an idea, and then and some swag and whatnot. So I was thinking about picking up some Tim Hortons cups, maybe give those away. Those are pretty cheap. They're like $14, so it wouldn't cost me a whole lot to give some giveaways here. So hopefully we can get some of those US viewers some Tim Hortons cups. Maybe a little hard for you guys to get those, being not out this way, but if you've been watching the stream, you've probably seen some of the Tim Hortons cups that I've gotten recently. They're pretty awesome coffee cups.
Music licensing reimagined.
I guess you guys can't really hear what Zach's saying, hey, but he's trying to give away some
Artlist.io.
So what he's doing is if you guess your duck number and you win, he's going to give an extra $100. So, you know he's doing pretty good on affiliate sales and also, you know, to be able to give away free accounts and money on top of it, right? So I think I'm going to be again up at the top here. If I win the $100, guys, mark my word, I'm gonna give that away to you guys after. So everybody rooting for me here. Let's do it. Then we'll do a $100 giveaway. Maybe we'll split it up to two $50 giveaways over a couple trading sessions. So fingers crossed that we can get a W here. That would be amazing. But I also got to pick the right duck number, which is pretty hard. So, you know what? I think I was one of the last people to sign up, so I'm gonna actually change my number here. Where did it go? Because I don't know if it's just by like the number that you.
Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io.
Okay, here we go, guys. 25K elite count challenge account plus a potential $100 bonus winner here. So where's my name? I don't even see us at all here. Do we got the Viking? Nope, that's not me.
Music licensing reimagined.
These are fun to watch. I love the duck races. Sorry, we're kind of like stepping away from the trading for a minute here, but I just thought it'd be fun to watch a duck race. So there's another David S there, but that's not me, I don't think. Because I did see a weirder, like I guess the way I typed it in wasn't that, I kind of had the caps locks on or something. So still chopping, guys, still like consolidating in the range here, heading sideways on NQ and ES. Dow did head a little bit higher, but now it's pulling back a bit. So
Music licensing reimagined.
I still don't see my name on here though, guys. I don't know where. I must be so far back in the pack that it's like, maybe that's a good sign though. Maybe there's a chance that we can, you know, come out from the back. Like, see how Yassine is here, just ripping up ahead. I think he might have hit the gas pedal a little too early though. So yeah, see, rejected there. So last 10 seconds is usually where you see whoever's going to win ripping from the back here. Maybe this is going to be L Jessica, looking like Mark H is going to win probably here. Oh, big push here. John M's going to win. There we go. Number 5, John M. Sweet. Oh, what happened there? Sorry, guys. I think I hit the back button or something there. Oh, it's not. It just wasn't live, so.
Music licensing reimagined.
Okay, guys, we're going sideways still. Not much going on. Our viewer's been holding pretty strong at 17 in Randy's X channel there. I think I'm going to do a little roundhouse push-ups here. I'm going to dip below the camera for a minute. I'll be right back.
Music licensing reimagined.
Hang out a quick set of 30 there.
Artlist.io.
What? They're going to do another one. We got another 25K Elite Challenge account.
Artlist.io.
Are we gonna finally move lower here, guys? All three indices starting to look a little bearish, but again, we're just stuck in this range. NQ's been slowly edging lower. Yes, relatively sideways, and then the Dow was up, but also sideways. What do you guys think? Should we turn this into somewhat of a exercise slash trading channel? You guys can start doing some exercises with me during the streams and you know, working on our fitness there. We did form a bearish fair value gap on the 5-minute for the Dow, so that's interesting. Wondering if we're going to get a rejection there. Also on ES, we just formed one there also. So we'll frame that guy in here on the ES. It's a pretty small one, but it's there. So we have it from 58 to 59. So basically like that, and we're going to change that color to brown or to orange there. Starting to get a push lower here. Look at that. We did break those orders down there, but quickly bounced back. So the buyer is looking like they're still there, guys.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
Oh, I'm gonna win, guys! I swear I just won. Yeah, dudes, I just won. I literally just won that race. Yeah, dude, look at that, guys. I just won that. Can you believe that? Market Butcher. That's so awesome, guys. I just won a 50K or 25K challenge account from Top 1 Futures. So yeah, I'll see if we can't figure out a way to pass that on to you guys. That would be awesome. Can you believe it? I should have had that one going live, hey? What are the chances, Hayak? That's so awesome. W.
Artlist.io. Artlist.io.
That's awesome, guys. Love anything free, you know? Love anything free. Winning a duck race is a lucky win. Winning the lotto. Yeah, especially on Zach Boyajian stream, you can see there's like maybe there's 81 people in that giveaway. So that's awesome.
Artlist.io.
Kind of like makes me feel better about my losing day yesterday now. Get a free account out of the deal.
Music licensing reimagined.
Where is my Discord, guys? I'm trying to find my Discord and it's like hiding in my Windows somewhere. I don't see it as a tab here either.
Artlist.io. Artlist.io.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know why it's hiding somewhere.
Music
You know, that's what happens
licensing
when you have,
reimagined.
sometimes when you have so many screens, the computer kind of messes up and it's like thinks that you're, you know, you have more screens or something. Because it's happened to me a couple times where I just can't seem to find a window or a tab. It's just like disappears on me. Okay, there we go. Did I get it? Is that Discord? No.
Artlist.io.
Yeah, I don't know. Huh. Can't seem to get my Discord to open, guys. What's going on here? It's not even in here showing as a tab either. Oh, there it is.
Music
Yeah.
licensing reimagined.
But yeah, it's not coming up though. Try closing it one more time here. Weird. Well, that turned into an exciting stream for me, anyways. I wish that was exciting for the viewers to win the stream, to win something on stream. So, you know, I'm gonna keep grinding though, you guys. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get to the point where you guys can,
Artlist.io.
you know, get some wins also along with me. Starting to get a bounce on ES and NQ. Still in that choppy range, but got a couple green candles forming here. Dow kind of came back down a little bit from its high
Music
there.
licensing reimagined.
Pulled back a little bit. Have that bearish fair value gap still set up there. We got this bearish fair value gap here on the ES, but you know, I'm pretty reluctant to enter a trade here just because we are a little bit less than an hour until we get the FOMC meeting, which is gonna kind of like could really throw us off, right?
Artlist.io.
So, like Randy was saying, unless you're willing to risk, you know, on a practice account or
Music
something like that, then maybe you can hold
reimagined.
through FOMC. But for the most part, most traders typically want to avoid it because it can really go against you real fast and real bad. So keep that in mind, guys. Be careful out there if you are in a trade. There's a good chance that, you know, it can wick you out and then go in the direction that you wanted, or vice versa. You know,
Artlist.io.
attempt to go to your TP and then just rip lower and stop you out. So just be careful out there with the FOMC. So looking like our Dow kind of pulling back here a bit, guys. Dow's pulling back a bit. ES did just sweep a little bit lower there, as you see. NQ still kind of holding its low. Let's put you on the NQ here real quick. We're still kind of holding this low area because like we were talking about that 4-hour fair value gap. So let's go back here and zoom in here a bit. So we do have this 4-hour fair value gap, which basically runs from close to this low. So if this 4-hour candle, which we have 1 hour and 40 minutes left on it, ends up closing you know, anywhere above the bottom of that fair value gap, that fair value gap stays valid. And then you know, typically that means that the buyers are there and it's going to be a bullish move after that. So but there's no guarantee. And it's interestingly enough that 4-hour window is almost lines up with FOMC, so it'll be right around FOMC. So that being said,
Music licensing reimagined.
we might not be interested in taking a trade off that 4-hour fair value gap with with the looming news, right? So a little trick there, I don't know if you guys know this, but if you're like, say you zoom out and your price is really wonky, you can just double click the numbers on the right side here and it just reorganizes it. You know how like normally you'd have to go here and then you can go here and click auto fits data to screen. You can like, it's kind of a shortcut. You just double click your the price on the side there and it'll automatically activate that auto fitting price sort of idea. So Dow's pulling back pretty good here, guys. We're just sitting on the New York VWAP now on the Dow.
Music licensing reimagined.
Anything can happen though, right? So, but we are looking relatively bearish here, guys. We do have a bearish fair value gap on the NQ at 419 up to 421. So let's just put that in here too, just so we can see, because this is NQ 419 to 421, 19 to 21. Pretty small one, but it's there, and this is a 5-minute fair value gap. So we might see price come up here and reject. It's also lining up with the 21 EMA right now, but the EMAs are really wide open here, as you can see. So it's that usually tells us that we're going to be going lower. So, but our MACD is pretty negative. Negative 15 and negative 17 on those EMA or those moving averages, and it looks, we did get a cross over here, right in this area on this candle, this bullish candle here created a cross. So, and it's starting to curl up. So if this can get back to negative, I mean, our price would probably have to get pretty close to the New York VWAP for it to get to a positive point. I guess it also depends on volume and how fast we move up. But yeah, that could potentially, it looking like it wants to start curling, and then these will start spreading a bit, given a little distance in between, sort of like this. As we're coming down, there's a gap in between them, and then that gap closes. So this could, looking like it could be the start of the expansion higher. NQ did take the Dow did take the New York VWAP there. That's a yellow line. We do have a pretty large bearish fair value gap there also now formed. That's that fair value gap on the ES, and then we have this fair value gap on the NQ here. So everything's lining up to say that we're looking like we're going to go a little bit lower, but again, with FOMC just around the corner, not little reluctant to get into any trades here. So we're coming up on that fair value gap here, guys. Do we want to try to take a trade here to look for a rejection on this fair value gap? Could think about doing it. We'll do a small size position here if it does do that for us. Although this could be a pretty key turning point. Like I was saying, we're pretty close to the bottom of that 4-hour fair value gap. So this could be the point where we're actually breaking out to make that move higher now. So we'll have to see. Let's just give it a chance to have a reaction off this, and then we could think about jumping in a little bit short to maybe head back down towards the lows here.
Artlist.io.
They're all curling up a little bit. Dow did find a little support, and it's back at the New York VWAP. Got bought back up a bit there. The buyers didn't completely disappear.
Music licensing reimagined.
Still working our way up to this fair value gap here. And we got 16 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. So this candle won't invert this fair value gap, but be interesting to see here if we the next candle might just, you know, make the rest of the move up there and then reject off of it and pull back at least to this candle high, which would be 7 points. So let's see what happens here. We do have some orders at 423 area on the book, 423. There is this doji candle back here, which could end up, you know, this is kind of a pretty key indecision level. So that could actually be the resistance that we are, you know, it might come in before the fair value gap.
Artlist.io. Artlist.io.
Got a couple more viewers in X, 6 people in my channel, 3 in Randy's channel on YouTube. So definitely liking the views. We're getting a little bit better all the time. Just if we could figure out a way how to get those X viewers over on YouTube, so we get a few more, you know, subscribers and a few more likes. Just help that algorithm get us out there a little bit more. Looking like I do have at least one more subscriber in the last day or two, anyways. Sitting at 47. I think I was at 36 last week. So it's a slow grind, but you know that's what it's like when you're new to streaming and to YouTube. I've been doing my best to keep trying to put out content where I can, to see if we can, you know, get some continued momentum on the viewers and subscribers, whatnot. So, but yeah, I do appreciate all you guys showing up. I know I say that too many times on the stream, but it's the truth. So I think I'm gonna grab a refill on coffee, guys. I'll be right back.
Artlist.io. Artlist.io.
All right, I'm back. Just went in to check on Mr. Ralph, and he's doing good. So I do have some other blue blocking glasses here. I don't know what you guys think, but let's check these ones out. Kind of like they got that orange tint to them. I don't know if you guys think that's better or worse. But I know there's a lot of traders that wear these orange glasses. It does kind of color of everything a little bit, but it's not that hard to get used to it. So I think we'll wear these ones for a bit here. Maybe it'll bring us some luck to find a good trade here. We are kind of almost tapped into that fair value gap there on the top of this wick here. The high was 24,417, and so it was a couple points away from the target there. Where is that fair value gap from? So it is from all the way over on this from this candle here. That's where that one was formed. So it's interesting that it lines up with the 21 EMA. We got 50 seconds left on this candle. Looking like we might just get there here pretty quick. We got a new high there of 18.
Artlist.io.
24,418.
Artlist.io.
All right, we're in that fair value gap here. Let's see if we got 13 seconds on this. So if this closes above that, which currently it's, you know, looking like it could. 5 seconds left on this candle. We can close at the top of that wick. Okay, so we did not invert it there, guys. Do I want to enter here? Do I want to enter here? And we're pulling back here. So bouncing a bit here. Thinking about entering. We're in that choppy range here, guys, so I'm still a little reluctant to take a trade right now doing this, but we are looking pretty bearish there, so I'm gonna try to enter with 3. Look like we might have missed it there. We're gonna get a little pullback to get, okay, we're tagged in there. We're gonna do a pretty tight stop here, so we're only risking $46. Hopefully we can get down to somewhere around you know, this low area, 407 area. Went in small size, only 3 contracts here. Probably going to drag our stop to break even. If we can get down to the low of this candle, we'll start dragging our stop in there. Didn't quite get there yet, but if we can get down there, might look like, there we go. Nice strong little move there. So we'll drop our stop break even at a minimum here. Hopefully, you know what, let's give this a little more room to this bottom of this candle. Let's hope we don't get wicked out here. You can see a little bit more of a movement lower. Looking like it's going to stop us here. Is it going to stop us? Okay, the battle's happening, guys. The sellers are still there. So that fair value gap is working a bit so far. Getting pretty close to my stop, though. We do have orders down at 44.05, which is basically where our TP is. Let's move it up to 406. So I'm going to start dragging my stop down here, guys. Let's just make sure we lock this in. A little bit less than that here. Try to stay alive in this. Hopefully we can get to this TP at $72. Looking pretty good so far. Let's see. There we go. We're out. Nice little $72 winner. So we got back most of our losses in that trade. Could have went with heavier size, obviously, but you know, I wasn't feeling that confident in it. But hey, good trade overall. Nice W there. Locked it in. Brought down our loss quite a bit there. So happy about that trade. Could have went in stronger, heavier size there. It's just the power of those fair value gaps, right? They work. Lots of wins off of those. Just the main thing you got to keep in mind is try to use the fair value gaps in the direction of the short-term trend. You know, that's some of the mistakes I've made recently is, you know, we form a fair value gap and then, you know, the structure starts to change to bearish and then you try to take a long in a bearish structure. Obviously, it's just going to head to your stop rather than the opposite direction. So that one worked out beautifully. We waited for, you know, that candle to close so that we didn't invert it, right? The next one opened, kind of rejected, fell a little bit lower, got in, and then rode it down to those orders at 405, which we didn't take, as you can see. That's why I front ran those orders there, is, you know, people are protected in that area, obviously. That's why there's orders on the book there. Looks like they took them off there for a moment and then put it back on. As you can see, the color changing there just shows that they're like, the amount of orders are getting adjusted a bit. So we had 16 and then we went down to like 10 orders, 10 or 12 orders. So nice little trade there. Wishing I went heavier size now, right? But all good. Minimize our losses on that trade. So we just have that one evaluation account now that's sort of in the red. I think it was down $120-ish, 120 or $150.
Music
So-
licensing reimagined.
So we just broke that 405 there, guys. We did take the 405 and we're heading lower here, looking like my book map's a little off. So now we got orders here at 96.75 or 97 area. Quite a few orders. So obviously there's some, those are probably some like take profit orders on some people that got in short up at the top here, this 420 area. Sitting right on those orders now at the 97. Everything's sort of pulling back here. Made another fair value gap on this will create another fair value gap right there. Beautiful one. 399 to 409. To 409 here. Where's 409? Right there. Okay, so nice large fair value gap. Although as this candle rises, you know, this basically shrinks the fair value gap. So depending on how far we pull back on this current candle, it's going to affect the size of this fair value gap once this candle closes, right? So in theory, if this does go all the way back up and you know ends up get back up here, it'll just erase this fair value gap. But looking like we did reject off the bottom of it there, and looking like they want to push it lower. We do have those orders, so those orders at 97 are gone. We just swept through it again, so the next set of orders are down at 92, which are like kind of right around that low there, that recent low. Getting a pullback nicely on all the indices right now. How long do we got? We got like, I think about 1 hour until FOMC comes. So that was a Clash Royale.
Artlist.io.
Let's see here. I better check the Discord in case
Artlist.io.
I can't seem to open it up on my
Music licensing reimagined.
So pulling back pretty nicely here on all the indices. Again, we're still holding that low. ES is making new lows. Dow's pulling back a bit here, but so far not a whole lot of movement. We're still pretty sideways.
Artlist.io.
You're gonna have to turn that AC back down. It's getting a little too cold. Do a round of push-ups.
Music licensing reimagined.
So much excitement today, guys. So much excitement. I won a duck race. Got a nice fair value gap trade. So patience pays, boys and gals. Or should I just say, I should get in the habit of just saying chat, right? Because then it's generalized and we don't have to single anybody out.
Artlist.io.
Super stoked about winning that free account. So today is definitely a W day for me, regardless of what happens with trading. It is just an evaluation account, so but that's fine. You know, hopefully we can turn that into a funded account. but it's good to have evaluation accounts because on days like today when you're you don't want to risk your live funded account or your instant sim funded accounts. Today is a good day to like kind of use those evaluation accounts, a little less risk, kind of like what Randy's doing, looking for risking a certain amount, looking for a certain amount, but being conservative on protecting your potential payouts, right? Wishing I could go back and change yesterday because these accounts are, now this one's down. This was my lead account, which was I think it was a little bit into profit. I think it was after I took a loss on the previous day in that also, so it kind of been chipping it down. But this one is quite a bit lower. We're 1600 below into drawdown, and this one is like about little over 500 in drawdown. So we're going to be patient though, try to chip away on that. I didn't show you guys earlier, but I am in another short on the I just don't want to entice anybody into getting into any of these trades because they're risky, right? But anyways, I did take a short here, currently up 195. So I'm covering sort of I'm in profit compared to my loss from earlier, but I'm still looking for a little more continuation on this move lower here. So my entry price on the Dow is 46,370. And I'm hoping to get us down to like 46,300. So about 60 or 70 more points. I'll probably just close that trade. I was thinking about bringing my stop to break even pretty soon on that trade too, just so that we don't make, if it does decide to turn around and bounce on us, we don't end up giving back even more of loss on there. But again, that's just an evaluation account. It's pretty close to a payout, so don't want to mess it up too much. I'm willing to risk $400 or $500 on that account, trying to get it to its payout or to its profit target, so I can get it turned into a funded account, right? Let's take a look here. ES, wow, ES really fell off there. NQ also fell off pretty good. Dow's kind of bouncing a bit here. There's a bearish fair value gap on the Dow, so we're getting back towards my entry price on the Dow, but I feel like there's a good chance we're gonna hopefully still make a little bit of a move lower on the day. 630 candle. I don't even have a view up on there, but where's our view up? We're still trading below the New York view up on the Dow, although it is bouncing pretty strong right now compared to the other two indices. So it's, those profits that I was in are kind of going away right now. We're back to break even on that trade. So we'll just be patient here. If it goes too much higher, then we'll probably stop it with a small loss and then just, cap our loss at, I think we're down about 150 on the day. So, keep the loss down to below $200-300 sort of idea. But we did roll over and we are pushing towards the lows. There's going to be some market breaths. That's what I like to call it, market breaths, or, as the market moves in waves. It's never a direct line. So having some green candles in the mix isn't bad. It's very normal and it's natural. And it's actually good for price action, right? They need more liquidity, so they take the foot off the gas for a bit and try to entice some buyers and sellers to step in, maybe try to stop out some guys, and then make the next move lower. So we've been streaming now for almost 3 hours and 15 minutes. Thanks a lot for everybody for being here for as long as you have been. Hopefully you guys are all green on the day so far. I'm thinking I'm gonna definitely try to get out of any trades before we have the OMC meeting, unless I could think about uncopy trading my Lucid accounts and just using one of those to try to play a little bit of a move on the news. But it would be interesting to stay with you guys here live, and then we can kind of watch FOMC and just kind of be in awe of what happens on the charts when you know, that news comes out, because and then you can see why we try to avoid it, because there's probably going to be huge wicks on bottom and top, and then it's going to pick a direction and move that way. So anyone with a reasonable distance stop is going to get stopped out, right? Yeah, so I did move my stop down a little bit closer to my price on the Dow trade, just because, you know, if we do end up, you know, going higher here, I don't want it to go all the way back to the high. Originally I had my stop up above the high, but now it's kind of like, once we've sort of made that move lower, I'm not really interested in finding out if it wants to go back and test the high, right? So 46,374 is the New York VWAP. So my stop is at 400 right now. So we're gonna have to take that VWAP with some volume and some momentum to want to get me to stop out, right? My entry price is pretty close to the VWAP. We're a little bit below the VWAP, so that's kind of good news for our current trade. Possible we can get a P&L check in the chat. Whoever's here in either of the YouTube channels, love to see how your day went. Green, red, flat, what your take is on the current price action in the day. Would love to hear from you guys if you feel like hitting those keys.
Artlist.io.
Just checking the news on Financial Juice to see if anything's coming up yet, but I don't see anything just yet. Nothing really, no red flag folders or anything yet until we get that news, right? So Dow's looking good on that trade, guys. We're heading lower here now. I just looked back. So that's our entry price at 46,371. We're down at 333 now, so we're up 185. So a little bit of profit on the day right now if we were to close it, but that I wouldn't advise that. You know, that's trading your profit and loss, which is typically not the best thing to do, not a good thing to do. Get into the habit of that. You got to have your targets. So like I was saying, I would like us to get down towards this 300 area, you know, and then at that point I'll start trailing it a little more aggressively. I'll start dragging our stop down into profit to make sure that we, you know, we do lock in a certain amount. Like maybe I'll put it to, you know, if we were to stop out, we'll be slightly green on the day, and then hopefully, you know, get some more continuation on that trade. So yeah, that's that. So that's doing okay right now. Again, ES, NQ still pretty bearish, looking like they want to go lower. We're right at the low of the day currently on ES. Trying to get through there. I'll show you guys over here. Let's go on MES here. As you can see, we're just battling right at the bottom of that range there. So we ended up taking out those wicks low there.
Music licensing reimagined.
That actually looks better like that. But not getting any progress there. Let's check out the book map and see. So there was some orders there. They ended up taking them down at the 649.75 or 650 flat number. Is that the low that we hit there? The low was, yeah, so 650. So the orders were probably at the 650 there. That was a low. We are finding a bit of a bounce at this level, obviously, as you can see. The buyers are there.
Music licensing reimagined.
Yeah, if we can get the Dow to fall off here, you know, maybe 300 is actually a pretty conservative target, you know, because we have that huge green candle all the way down to 200. So, but we need this price to move before FOMC. I don't really want to be, you know, at a worst case scenario, we could put our stop to break even for the FOMC meetings, and then, but more likely we'll probably get wicked out.
Artlist.io.
So we found some buyers down at the bottom there, bounced it back up. Let's take a look at the NQ here too. Similar situation happening here. Did form like this tiny fair value gap just above the top of this wick right here at 24,397, but it's literally a sliver. Because if I'll zoom in here, it might be pretty hard for you guys to see here still, but basically from the open of this candle to the top of that wick, it's a fair value gap. So it's really tiny. It's like, you know, 96.50, 97 to 98.50. So 1.5 points there.
Artlist.io.
We're getting a bit of a bounce here, guys. Bouncing on all three indices right now. We do have a downward trend line that I put in place on the Dow a while ago, and looking like we're coming right up on that channel or that trend line. So hopefully we don't cross that, which would, you know, be somewhat of a negative on my trade there. Really hoping for some more continuation on this move lower. The Dow does usually move pretty fast, pretty violently. So surprisingly, I guess it is because it's FOMC day. We're just not getting a whole lot of movement on that right now. Because quite often Dow will rip up and then it'll come back to the lows and it'll rip up to the highs again. Meanwhile, you know, the other two indices are not doing a whole lot. So I've been trying to watch it a little bit more so I can get a little more familiar with it, potentially take some more trades on the Dow. Ooh, we just had a really nice rejection on the Dow there and on all the indices. As you can see, that wick just instantly slapped it down 35 to 54, like a 20-point slap there, just instantly. We did have a bit of a reaction on the other two indices, but looking like they're buying it back up a bit. Really hoping that we're going to get the Dow to break that recent low and try to retest the low it made before down at right at the 300 level. Like I said, if we do get down there, I'm probably going to start trailing it pretty tight, as I, you know, want to make sure that we don't give a bunch back. I am trading the big contracts there, so I only have one contract, which is like 10 minis. Like one micro is worth 10 minis. So if on the MNQ, I'd have to take 10 contracts versus the one contract on if we were on NQ, not MNQ. So M stands for micro. We did just take that low, guys, on the Dow here. So we did sweep that recent low there, so that's a good sign. But we do have these other two wicks down below here, 310 and 300. We're getting pretty close to that level though, and it doesn't really look like it wants to slow up here, guys. Like with that kind of a bounce and then rejection, it's, you know, it's looking like we want to keep going here. So we're coming up on that 300 level. We touched 305 there. So I don't want to get out of this trade too fast. I would like to capture as much of the profit as possible. Sitting at 307 now.
Music licensing reimagined.
How's this looking on the charts there? Kind of blocking out a bit with the numbers there. There we go. So 312 down to 305. We're bouncing a bit here now. Are the sellers going to keep pushing it down?
Artlist.io.
Yeah, I wish there was a way that I could see if anyone's typing anything on X, because it's
Music licensing reimagined.
there's going to be a speaker coming up in 5 minutes about the German economy. Shouldn't have too much effect on the New York kind of, or our American indices anyways. But you never know. If they say, you never know. Anything can happen, right? Getting a bit of a bounce here. Found some support down there at the 304, 304, 305 level. So we're currently up 250 in this trade right now, but it's bouncing a bit on us. We could bring our stop to break even at this point. Probably a good idea. Worst case scenario, we're going to just be down what we had on that first trade. We still have quite a bit of room for it to bounce without hitting our stop at this point. But in case we get some sort of crazy news candle and it just decides to rip higher, let's protect our position so that we don't make the loss worse on the day. So we're currently up $67 if we were to close it right now, considering we had that loss earlier on the trade of about 150. So, but the way it's looking, it's looking like we want to go lower still, guys. We kind of need the other two indices to play along also. We did find support, actually looking at the chart, the trading view chart. The Dow did find some support here on the electronic VWAP. It's interesting how good those work, eh? Like, you could have taken along here 307 and then you could have, closed it up here at almost 20 points in the profit. Those VWAPs definitely work. So now what we need to do is we need to get a break below that level, which is, this low here. Looking like we're going to make an attempt at it here pretty quick. So this trade's currently up $300 US. Really need to take this low though. If we keep finding a bunch of support, that's not looking good for this trade. The one thing I do like about Project X is if I were to drag this here and put it here, I can't really tell how much profit I'm locking in. So let's just say we're up 300 roughly. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. So halfway, oops, almost dropped that there. So this is about $150 in profit, I guess, if we were to think about it like that. So if I did drop it here, we'd be break even on the day. But I just don't really want to get stopped out yet. So what we'll do is we'll just bring it down a little bit more into profit there. So again, if we do get wicked out, we'll at least capture. So if we got 300, and that's about $100 in profit, basically. So we would reduce our losing trade to about $50 negative on the day. But hoping to get some more continuation. We did take that low here, guys. So the next key level for us to take is going to be below 95, below 300 and below 95. It'd be sweet if we could get some nice momentum on that. Like a good hard slap right through it, down to the 90s. And then we could definitely be looking for some more continuation. At that point, I will start trailing pretty tight because I would like to, lock in a decent amount of profit, but I don't want to choke us off a little too soon, right? So we could potentially bring it, if we break those 300s and start heading lower, I'll bring my stop to the top of this candle here. To lock in, we'll be basically break even on the day guaranteed at that point. Just wait for this candle to close. We got 17 seconds, so let's see if the sellers can't step in a little bit here at the end. It would be nice. I'm gonna actually put on YM over here so that we can see the tape on the side, since we don't really have a tape on. We gotta try to get that back up here, so then we can see what's happening on the tape here on the side. Whether or not we gotta get in a huge flush of greens and reds or not, right? We are bouncing here a bit, but looking pretty even on the tape so far. Some reds and some greens. Again, this is just one of those waves in the market. It would be really nice if we could turn this candle red though. 4 minutes left on this candle, on this 5-minute candle. Finding a little bit more buyer power here, moving up a bit higher. So yeah, the big thesis behind our channels here is just to build community, right? So anyone who is here watching, again, we really appreciate you coming, starting to build that community a little bit bigger. We got 4 viewers in my channel, 3 in Randy's, and 19 in Randy's X channel. So decent turnout for the amount of people that are staying to watch. So yeah, I do appreciate you guys being here. Like a broken record saying that, but what can I say? It is what it is, right? So should we sit down now for a bit? Yeah, let's sit down for a bit. Maybe we'll help the price go lower by sitting down. Lower the desk. It looks like it's having the opposite effect here though. It's going up. Not getting the intended effect that I was looking for there, guys. Yeah, if we break up, above this 333, I might just close this trade a little bit early before it gets to our stop, and then we can at least, be even or in profit on the day. So I think 3 lines down is break-even price, but we're getting a pretty strong bounce here. All three indices getting a bit of a bounce. We do have a whole bunch of orders above on the book, like 660 for this is ES book though, right? So yeah, if we go much higher here, it might end up closing this trade, guys. Think about getting ready to drop this right here. Would prefer not to get stopped out on this trade though. Still up 175 on this trade. Just all 3 indices looking like they're finding some support. Again, we're bounced off that electronic VWAP on the Dow, and we're right back up to the previous day high is where we're at right now. Trying to take the previous day high. Leave that there for now. Like I said, worst case scenario. So we do have the 9 EMA at 46. So we're a little bit above the 46. We got 4 points above the 46 where we are. We might just head up to that 9 EMA and reject. But our in profit is kind of dwindling now. We're only up 22 on the day if we closed it right now.
Artlist.io.
So we did take previous day high a little bit there. We need the sellers to step back in here and slap us down. We're forming some fair value gaps though here, guys. So bullish fair value gaps. So unless this candle does turn around and head lower here, there is a fair value gap that just formed right there. So we need this candle to erase that. So we need it to go down. Oh, we're bouncing. Should I close it here, guys?
Music licensing reimagined.
We're right at that trend line. We're getting into some fair value gaps on the NQ and ES currently. I'm actually just going to give this a couple more ticks to give a little more space in case we do wick up a little bit and then head lower, because we do have this trend line. And if we could wick up and not stop me out and then head lower, that would be ideal. Just I don't really want to get out of this trade yet, but at the same time I can't let it go against me, right? So it's kind of that catch-22 moment where it's like, you just got to leave your stop in profit. I think that's roughly a little bit less than $100 profit there. Looking like we might push up and touch it right now though, guys. There's our entry. That's 3 points. So it's actually still it's less than $100 in profit. So but we really need a rejection here. Come on, sellers, let's step in, hold this down.
Artlist.io.
It's just those market breaths. It's just taking a breath. But is it going to go up and hit my stop is the question. Actually, let's just get it away from the top of that wick here. So ES formed a bullish fair value gap. NQ didn't, and the Dow did. So Dow and ES run a little bit better together than NQ. Uh-oh. We're going to get stopped out here, guys. Unfortunately. That's too bad. But we can't, like I said, we can't let it go against us here. So at this point, if we do get stopped out, we're still going to be up like 75. There, we're stopped out. So we're down $90 on the day only in this trade and this account now. But like I said, we just can't let it go against us here. Should have probably taken, that's the bad thing about being in the NQ or the YM rather than the MYM, is I could have taken partials down there, which I would have, but I really wanted to. But since I only have one contract, you can't really do it, right? So
music licensing.
So let's go back over here to the NQ. Could think about, there is a bearish fair value gap still here between, did I put it on NQ? I don't want NQ, I want MNQ. There we go. So there's that fair value gap is still there. So let's see how this 5-minute candle ends up working out here.
Artlist.io. Artlist.io.
Yeah, good thing we did stop it out there, guys. It's basically right back to my entry price now on the Dow. So as you can see, it did keep going through that area. So should have probably been a little more aggressive on the trailing stop there, but that's all good. We didn't do any damage really on the account, only down $90 on that trade or on that account. Still relatively close to hitting that profit target, so we can turn that valuation account into a sim funded account.
Artlist.io.
17 seconds left on this candle. We did touch the bottom of that fair value gap there, but not convincing enough to me to want to take a short there.
Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io.
Rolling over on the indices here. Looking like we're heading lower now on the Dow, unfortunately, guys.
Artlist.io.
Of course, it's going to hit our stop and then turn around and go lower, right? That's just figures.
Music licensing reimagined.
That's just how it goes, though, right? That's just how it works.
Artlist.io.
What are we going to get here, guys? And gals, if there is any girls.
Music licensing reimagined.
Okay, so we're 10:12. What time? Let's double check here. Is it 10:30 or is it 11:30? 11:30 is a meeting. So we still have one more hour actually until we get the FOMC meeting.
Artlist.io.
Finding a little bit of support here,
Artlist.io.
which is kind of this is a bearish kind of like channel. Clone this here. Something like that. So typically the bearish channels kind of head up and then it breaks down and goes lower. Obviously no guarantee that's going to be what's going to happen, but
Artlist.io.
so ES pulling back here a bit. NQ is finding a little bit of support. It tapped the bottom of that channel and bouncing a bit.
Music licensing reimagined.
All three industries found a little bit of buyers there. Dow's at previous day high. ES obviously making new lows, flirting with the low of that overnight session candle, and NQ bouncing, but there is a bearish fair value gap we're coming up on here, right?
Artlist.io.
Potential entry there. I don't know if I'm going to take it though. We've already kind of had that reaction out of there once.
Artlist.io.
Yeah, they really just can't decide what they're going to do right now. Again, FOMC, this is the type of price action we end up getting on FOMC days. pretty sideways, not much movement, up down sort of idea. Starting a new 5-minute candle here, guys.
Artlist.io.
Let's see, are they project off of those fair value gaps and whatnot and start moving a little bit lower? I mean, our trend is definitely saying that we're going lower currently. Obviously, never a guarantee in the direction that we're going to trade, but
Music licensing reimagined.
but it is it's a little easier to trade when conditions are like this in some sense also, because the price doesn't move so fast. Sometimes with the price moving so fast, you don't even have a chance to react sometimes, right? And you enter a trade and it instantly goes against you, and no chance to stop out or anything. So
Music licensing reimagined.
bounce a bit on Dow and MES and MNQ. Everybody's bouncing a little bit right now. Maybe this is a turning point. Hard to say with the news right around the corner.
Artlist.io.
As you can see on the chart or on the book here, nobody can really decide what's going on. We got orders up above and below, relatively close to the price though. Not a whole lot of orders,
Music licensing reimagined.
away from price. Relatively thin. We got some orders at 665 up there. NQ and ES pulling up a little bit to their bearish fair value gaps there. Are they going to reject off those? We'll have to see how that plays out.
Artlist.io.
Currently, no. No trades at the moment. We're just watching price action here, do a whole lot of nothing. So I did close a trade on the Dow, but yeah. Let's change our media here. We'll get some other music going. Let's try this guy.
Artlist.io.
What do we got going on here? So not a whole lot changed. Pulling back a bit on the ES and flirting with that fair value gap on the NQ. Dow is bounced up a bit. Now it's sort of pulling back. We formed some wicks on the top and the bottom of the last two 5-minute candles. Could think about taking a short here again on the Dow, but not looking to rush into anything just yet. Would like to see, a bit of a move lower. Kind of seeming like we're pretty indecisive on price right now.
Artlist.io.
Ajaz, how's your day going? Did you take any trades today, or green or red, or what's going on with you?
Music licensing reimagined.
I'm a little bit down on the day. 150, sorry, 150 plus 21, so like about 170-ish red on the day so far.
Artlist.io.
So we're getting into that fair value gap here, guys. This is a new candle, so let's see how this one ends up closing out. Like I said, though, we've been slowly grinding up in there, so I'm not that convinced that this would be a good short. So, oh, you're waiting for my confirmation. Oh, well, hey, you know, this channel is mostly for entertainment value, but yeah, I prefer you guys to like obviously try to learn your own strategies and looking for the trades. But yeah, thanks for giving me that added any tricks and any extra pressure there. But yeah. Today's not a very good day, so you know, to be honest, today being flat today is actually probably the best way to go. We do have the FOMC meeting coming up in about an hour or so. So yeah, be careful today. Don't be too crazy with your trades, because when that, you know, we don't want to be in a trade when FOMC meeting happens, right? So it's better to be flat today if you can be, to be honest. As you can see, the price action since we did that original pull down here, we've been pretty much going sideways, slightly lower, but still pretty sideways, right? And then if we even look at the MES, it's even more sideways, right? Less of a, I mean, we're still, again, trended a little bit lower, but not really making very clean moves. You know, if you're buying breakouts, they're stopping you out, and if you're trying to buy the bottom, they keep pushing it lower slowly. They're tricking everybody into you know, flip-flopping. So these types of days are best to just stay flat if you can. After the FOMC meeting happens, the market should sort of settle down and pick more of a direction on the day or on the week, rest of the week or whatnot. So yeah.
Artlist.io.
Okay, so everything's pulling back a bit here. Dow's the only one with a green candle right now on this 5 minute. We got a minute and a half left on this candle, although we are forming some wicks on the bottom side of the ES and the NQ's candles there. So there is a bit of a bounce we're getting here. Let's see how this plays out, though. We are entering into a fair value gap, bearish fair value gap on the NQ, MNQ here, right? We're in that fair value gap. Are we going to close above that? I don't know. Hard to say. Looking like they want to, though. We got 1 minute left on this candle, so we'll have to see how that plays out there. Looking like sellers are sort of holding this level here. Could be a possible short entry there. I'm not going to take it. I mean, we could take it in a practice account. Why not, right? So let's go with we'll join ask with the 10 contracts in the practice account here to see if this is going to hold. We'll put our stop there above that one. We'll just sort of target these recent lows. That's a little bit more than a 1-to-1 risk to reward. let's see if this fair value gap's going to hold. We got 8 seconds left on this candle, so looking like they're not going to invert it on this candle anyways. But if we start taking up, if we start heading higher here much, then I definitely think about stopping it out before it does too much damage. But hopefully this fair value gap would work. I did take a trade earlier off of this one right here. I was down a little bit more, but on the day, but then I kind of recovered a bunch of it there. So I think I'm only down $20 or so on that account. Was it right? Yeah, $21. I was down. I think I was down about 90. 75 plus 75, 86. I was down $86 or $90 basically on that trade. So
Artlist.io.
So looking like we've gotten a little bit of a reaction off that fair value gap here. But we're stuck in this rising channel. Usually it ends up rolling out, but you know, it can rise for quite some time. We might even head up to here, right, for that. Let me get back to the right account here, onto the practice account. But we have this other bearish fair value gap as kind of our line in the sand here.
Artlist.io.
So we're risking 16 to make 19. Slightly more than a 1-to-1 risk to reward.
Music licensing reimagined.
I just feel like we're preparing for that next little move lower here. If this 5-minute candle ends up inverting this fair value gap, we'll just close this trade because usually we want a pretty fast reaction, and since we aren't really getting one yet, and if we end up closing this candle up above this fair value gap, we'll just close that trade because that would be inverting or invalidating that fair value gap rate. It doesn't really matter if it wicks up, but it's got to close up there. If it wicks up, that's not very good, but if it closes up there, you know, if it wicks up and goes lower, that's fine, but if it closes above it, then that's not very good. So we'll end up closing that trade. Price action's moving pretty slow right now, like it has been most of the day. We keep getting these small moves and then we just go sideways. So
Artlist.io.
So 1 minute 17 seconds left on that candle. We did wick out the top of that candle, so we got 1 minute left on that one. Let's see how this ends up playing out here for us. So we need a closure. We got 40 seconds. It would be nice if we got a closure in towards the bottom half of that fair value gap. But like I said, if we do end up getting a closure out of there, I would say it's pretty invalidated and we can just close that trade at a small loss. Because it's kind of looking like it wants to push through it here. We do have 20 seconds left. The buyer or the sellers might step in at the last second there and slap it down back again. So we'll wait for that closure. to see if we're actually gonna, close outside of that fair value gap or not. It's right on the, okay, so we did. So let's get out of that. Close that position there. Ended up losing 112 on the trade. But again, practice account. Next potential entry would be that guy right up there, which it worked last time. But with the way that we're bouncing here, it could be the change of the trend here. Short-term trend might be going higher.
Music licensing reimagined.
Yeah, so we are bouncing pretty good on the indices right now. All three of them are sort of heading a little bit higher. We do have those fair value gaps up above, a little bit of protection there. The Dow has a New York VWAP, which is relatively close to its price. We don't really have much levels other than those fair value gaps on ES and NQ. Still sitting at around 25 viewers, 19 in Randy's X, 4 in my channel on YouTube, and 2 in Randy's channel on YouTube. Maybe we still got Ack over there watching from the back. Hoping that we can find some sort of trade here. Heading up to that fair value gap here, guys. Let's see how this reacts up here. Touching the top of that trend line there.
Artlist.io.
So ES and NQ bouncing pretty good. Dow's formed a bit of a wick on the top side of that candle. A couple wicks in a row.
Music licensing reimagined.
A couple bearish looking wicks anyways. So we're in that fair value gap, guys. But looks like it might not respect it that much. So let's wait for this candle to close here. We got a minute and 45 seconds. See if it, if we end up closing above that one. So we can get rid of this guy now, actually. And if this one ends up closing like it is, it's going to invert that one, and then we're going to put in a bullish fair value gap in this area. Minute and 25 left on this candle. Looking pretty bullish at the moment, bouncing pretty strong. Just gonna grab a little more coffee.
Artlist.io.
It's the last cup of coffee in the pot. It's been a long stream, guys. We're running up on 4 hours again here.
Music licensing reimagined.
Better double check my calendar here and make sure I don't got anything that's going on today. Nope. Schedule's clear. So 5 seconds on this candle. Are we gonna invert this guy? Let's see.
Artlist.io.
No, we did not invert that. So we could think about, again, this is a practice account. Let's see how this initial candle works out. If we end up breaking a little bit lower below this 18 level, we could think about just getting in on a short there. I want to take this in the instant funded account. We're only down $21. It is a pretty tight stop. If we wanted to go, it would be like 3, 5, maybe 4 or 5 points. The stop would be 4 or 5 points here.
Music licensing reimagined.
Sort of like this. But currently looking like it wants to go higher, so not convinced yet that we're going to be rejected on that. But if we can get it to start moving lower below this, below the bottom of the fair value gap, then we could definitely think about trying to take a short on this one. Probably keep the size pretty small though, just in case if we are going to do that. And it's looking like it's not going to work out. Forming a little bit of an equal high on those last 2 candles there.
Music licensing reimagined.
Yeah, so ES and Q looking like they're making a bit of a move higher here. The Dow still kind of going sideways and a little bit bearish looking. We did have that trend line on the Dow from earlier that's a little bit below the price. Kind of could be acting as a little bit of support there.
Artlist.io.
So definitely not thinking that this fair value gap is going to work out at all here, guys. So that's why we're waiting for it to come lower. Like, look at that bounce, right? So I'm gonna delete this now. There's no point in having that anymore when the candle's looking that bullish, right?
Music licensing reimagined.
Coming up on a fair value gap on the ES. So in this area would be like we're looking pretty similar on the ES versus the NQ. So that is a handoff New York VWAP there, as we were talking before, right? I think I was showing that to somebody earlier, where the last candle that touches the New York VWAP, you can add your next VWAP, and that's called a handoff VWAP.
Artlist.io.
So that's where we're getting close to right now. I think I've been getting a little bit of like a sciatica lately from sitting in the chair so much. That's why I've been trying to stand a little bit more often because, yeah, my legs have been feeling a little weird lately. Just so I think I've been sitting in the chair a little too much. It's these 3-4 hour streaming sessions that are you know, taking the toll. So I've been trying to stand a little bit more to take away some of that pressure on the back of the legs from sitting there on the chair too long.
Music licensing reimagined.
Moved up there pretty good. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom here, guys. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
Say what's up to Ralph, everybody. There he is, Mr. Ralph. He's got his little bandana on his head to hold his ears down.
Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Artlist.io.
I've been talking and the mic's been muted this whole time, so sorry about that. I was just saying I'm hoping that I'm gonna stick around till the FOMC happens. I won't be in any trades or anything, but it would be nice to see live what happens on the FOMC and why we typically don't like to trade during that time, because the volatility is going to be pretty wild, most likely. Like, obviously not 100% for sure, but 99% of the time, 95% of the time, pretty wild. So
Music licensing reimagined.
Basis cut. Which they said is probably already priced in. So.
Artlist.io.
I did ask AI if we could store I've never read it too much, but AI about I'll just read this off quick
Music
points
licensing
here to give you guys an
reimagined.
idea of like what we might be looking at. So 25 basis point rate cut. Nearly everyone seems to expect the Fed to reduce the rate by 25 points for this meeting today. The forward guidance will be dovish. The language and projections released alongside the decision will likely emphasize downside risks, so like cooling job markets, some softness in growth, but still sticky inflation. The Fed will probably stress that cuts are data dependent, cautious, not an open-ended easing spree. So maybe we're not going to get much more cuts after that, basically for the rest of the year. But hard to say. Projections. We may see updated forecasts, so inflation slightly revised up or held around the current levels, growth trimmed, and perhaps a modest upward revision in the number of participants expecting cuts in the future meetings. So that's kind of good, but not a dramatic easing picture. The labor market weakness will likely be noted. No big surprises, no jumbo cut, example 50 basis points. Given inflation remains above target and there are concerns about tariffs and external pressures, a large cut seems unlikely. The most probable move is 25 basis points. How AI thinks the market will react. So equities, US stocks, modest positive move to start, especially growth sensitive sectors. Bond yields will fall potentially. The US dollar would be a mild weakening with a rate cut. Inflation sensitive assets like gold, real estate, commodities, likely some upside. Gold could rally, real estate may benefit from the cheaper financing. And risk volatility is, you could see a short-term spike in volatility around the announcement, then settle down for clarity of Fed guidance. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. Nice that we can get like a brief rundown from AI. Looking like Dow's rolled over here, guys.
Music licensing reimagined.
We're getting down to that low again, that 310 area. And both NQ and ES found a little resistance, heading a little bit lower.
Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
So after that little bit of pullback, we are finding a little bit of buyer support there. All three indices, some buyers stepped in on that pullback.
Artlist.io.
Let's see if they're going to push it down a little further here, retrace some of that recent bullish move or not.
Music licensing reimagined.
We got about 40 minutes until we got to that. Sorry, just listening to Financial Juices. They have a kind of like a squawk box where they talk about the news live.
Artlist.io.
Get a bit more of a pullback here on all the indices. Sellers are battling a bit right now, trying to push it a little bit lower. We're in the middle of a fair value gap on the we did form a fair value gap on this candle here for the NQ, sort of like this guy right here, and that would be a green one since it's a bullish. Sorry, let's click that. There we go, green, bullish. Are we going to get a 5-minute closure below that? We got 3 minutes left on this candle. Let's get rid of this markup here, this potential idea. And we do have a small fair value gap on the ES that we're pulling up to right now, a bullish one.
Music licensing reimagined.
Yes, now we're bouncing a little bit here, guys. Not too much, but a bit here.
Artlist.io.
So news actually going to be coming out, I think, at 11. Yeah, so we're only 8 minutes away from the news here, guys.
Music licensing reimagined.
Eight minutes away from the news here, guys. What are we going to get happening here? 7 minutes. 7 minutes and counting till the news. I should probably be out 1 minute earlier if you are in a trade, so definitely want to be out at, a little bit ahead of time.
Artlist.io.
Yeah, I would definitely be out of any trades a little bit ahead of the time. Make sure you don't get caught in that crazy news candle wick or whatever might happen.
Licensing reimagined. Artlist.io.
So yeah, so we're coming up on that time, not too long from now. I think I'm gonna stand up for this part. Let's get this desk back up high here.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io.
And I'm back here.
Music licensing reimagined.
We'll definitely let this action play out a little bit if we are going to try to take a trade during it. I wouldn't be copy trading or doing anything too crazy here, guys. I might try to take a quick scalp during this
Artlist.io.
if the volatility is looking, one direction, super green or super red or something. Might think about taking a short or a long trade depending on how we're looking. Overall, pretty bearish on the day, but I feel like we're probably going to be ripping higher here, guys, with the news. Although we are already priced in on the news relatively, so it's going to be interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of, if you take a look at the book here too, all the orders are kind of coming off here, right? We did move up a little bit, so we did take out some of these orders, but if you look, like it's empty now. There's nothing. There's only 665 and 652 open on the book currently. So we're 2 minutes away from the news here.
Artlist.io.
We got 23 viewers in Randy's channel right now, so everybody's tuning in for the news to see what's going to happen here.
Music licensing reimagined.
So about a minute and a half left in this before we get this news here, guys. So you guys can hear my Ring camera going off there.
Artlist.io.
So we got almost basically a 1 minute countdown now, guys. 1 minute left. They'll lead with the U.S. interest rate decision.
Music licensing.
Starting to get a little bit of volatility already. Starting. Buyers are stepping in right now. Okay, 30 seconds left on this until we get the news. So everything's looking a little bullish currently, which means that they're expecting looking like they're expecting a bit of a bounce. Again, some steady volatility here. 10 seconds until the news comes out.
Artlist.io.
There we go. Look at that, guys. Boom.
Music licensing reimagined.
Look at that volatility, hey guys. Pulling back here. Like, how can you trade that price, right? How can you trade that price action? Pretty much impossible.
Artlist.io.
Settling down here right now, guys.
Music licensing reimagined.
Ripped higher and then pulled back.
Artlist.io.
Headed up to value area, previous day low, value area low, and then rejected off there.
Music licensing reimagined.
So is that the end of the move there? So we're a couple minutes in, minute past or so. Let's see what's going to happen here. Are they going to take it a little bit higher? It's looking pretty bullish right now. There was a bit of a pullback there, but you know, that doesn't really mean that they're not just going to buy still. They're pretty happy about the rate cut. It's pretty bullish for some parts of the, you know, are they going to go push it back up to the top of that candle? Let's see. Anyone who is long is definitely happy right now. Nicely in the money.
Music licensing reimagined.
Beautiful, guys. Okay, I didn't want you guys to get involved, but I did take a long there, guys, in that trade. I had 3 entries there. I bought there, I added, and then we ended up selling off 3 there. I just don't want you guys involved in that risk. I did do it in my my practice account, and guess what, guys? I officially passed this account. So we pushed the limit there. We broke through the 53,000 points. So this is going to be turned into a funded account. Thank you, Lord. Sometimes you got to be a little aggressive. I did wait for some of this to shake out, and then as we started heading higher, I got in, I added, and then I took my profit at the top there. So the reason I'm not showing you guys is I just don't want you guys to be enticed into doing this. It is on a practice account, so that's kind of like why I did that. An evaluation account. But hey, it worked out. Just waiting for that price action to like rip and shake out. So we're all out there. I'm pretty happy about that. So today is a good day. I got a free account, and I passed one of my evaluation accounts into a funded account. So, yeah, pretty happy about that.
Music licensing reimagined.
And look at that book map there. It's just like big pullback right to the end, to the start of the breakout, and then now we're even heading higher, guys. So I don't know if anybody was long, but if you were, I'm sure you're loving the outcome of that that situation. That bullish fair value gap. Oh, look at that. Hey, anyone who took a long there in that fair value gap is just laughing right now.
Artlist.io.
Yeah, pretty happy, guys. Happy to have finally passed this account. My equity is at 53,113 on that account. So that's officially going to be a funded account going forward. I should I'll have to check in on it later. So I captured about 500. I captured, let's see, because I was down 150 on that trade, or before that trade. So I actually captured $685 winner there, to put me back, to break me up above the 53,000 profit target mark. So yay, that's pretty awesome. But that being said, guys, now that we stuck around, so you can see why we usually don't, we usually exit a trade before FOMC, because anyone that was thinking, oh, well, hey, it rejected off the VWAP there, let's get short, and boom, there you go, you lost your account, right? So if you ever do trade this, make sure you like wait for that first candle to like kind of finish forming, you know, and then you know, I did enter in on the next candle, which did go against me a bit, but then as it started going higher, I added a couple more contracts to it, put a couple limit orders up above on the YM anyways, and closed those guys out there. So as you can see, I did entered there, added, and then ended up having a couple sell orders, and then I just marketed out at the very end as we seemed like we were stopping moving, although we did push a little higher, but you know, got majority of the move there, so pretty happy about that. But yeah, that being said, anyone who did blow your accounts, hopefully nobody did. But definitely check out Top One Futures. You can use my my code to get a discount, best discount out there right now. MBT, Market Butcher Trades, would love it if you guys could go over there and use my code, and maybe I can start getting some more accounts or some more ability to send you guys you know, the opportunity to get some free accounts yourself. So yeah, much appreciate that. Also, definitely check out Lucid Trading here. They're another very similar company to Top One Futures. They also use Project X for their trading platform. As you know, we're pretty firm believers of Project X having those risk settings put in place. You know, your max daily loss limit, your max daily profit limit, and you know, other things like that. Looking like Randy, I think got a win on that trade too, because he was long, right? He was long, looking for the move higher. We didn't go very much lower. I think he had you know, I'm pretty sure he had enough room on his stop that he wouldn't have got stopped out there on the MES. So that's what he was trading there. We did head a little bit lower, I think, from when we saw him last, but hopefully he didn't get stopped out there. And then, you know, and now look at the price, right? We ripped all the way up there. Now we're pulling back. We're sitting on value area high. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Pulled a really long stream today, 4 hours and 40 minutes. What a long stream. And if whoever was watching through this whole time, you know, I really appreciate you guys tuning in. 25 viewers on Randy's X channel. Looking like we cleared out Randy's YouTube channel, and I only have 2 in my YouTube channel right now. So we'd love a way to get you guys over onto YouTube. That would just you know, it would just help the algorithm and everything, getting us out to more people. But you know, I get it. If X is home for you guys, totally understand it. You know, but yeah, I'm gonna also get my get that going today, or one of these days, pretty quick here. I'll sign up and get a, you know, verified on there, and then that way I can also stream to there, and maybe we can get some of those X viewers to follow on my side too. And then, you know, maybe it's a little easier for me to see comments and or, you know, get those people involved in the giveaways also, because I do appreciate the viewers, whether it's on X or YouTube. So I know I'm pushing you guys always to try to come back to YouTube, but yeah, anyways, starting to get a bit of a pullback here on all the indices now. Erasing that rip higher for the most part. Look at NQ, actually came right back down to the entry so far. Here's NQ. Look at that. Like, this was before the news was released. We started getting volatile. Then we went way up. We ended up going higher, and now we're all the way back down to that fair value gap. Could have taken a long there. We would have been up 10 points right away. But, with this volatility, I would definitely not recommend it. So, again, thanks a lot, everybody. I'm going to do a little bit of an air horn, couple air horns, and some applause for passing my evaluation account with Take Profit Traders. So they have interesting rules, are slightly different than the other companies' rules, because you can get to your profit targets or your payouts a little faster. Their payout structure is a little bit different. Maybe you can't take quite as much out, but you can take it out a little bit faster. So I'll do a bit more of a deep dive into that, so I can know more about what I'm talking about now that I've passed that account. But yeah, thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. Love you guys. Really appreciate you guys being on, watching. And too bad I couldn't get some comments or anything from you guys over here on YouTube, but it's what it is. And we'll be back live tomorrow on Randy's channel at the open Thursday morning. So we'll see you then. Have a good day. Take care. Peace, everybody. Trade safe, be safe, and have a great day.
Artlist.io.